Advisor, Health Systems and Services for Jamaica, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands since 2018. Prior to his appointment in Jamaica, he was PAHO WHO Sub-Regional Coordinator, Health Systems Services for the Caribbean. Mr. Diaz has extensive experience in strengthening health systems in the WHO region of the Americas, as well as the WHO European region and the WHO African region as a health economist. Mr. Diaz has a master's in public health from the University of Nova Lisbon, Portugal, a master's of business and administration from the University of Coimbra, Portugal, and graduated in economics from the London School of Economics, University of London, United Kingdom. We also have Mr. Paul Bourne. Mr. Bourne is a social epidemiologist, health demographer, statistician, public affairs commentator, poet, and a prolific author. He's an avid researcher and has published over 200 scholarly papers, including a study that is hosted on the World Health Organization website. He has attended numerous health, education, and social conferences, and is involved in countless community activities, including of media presentation. So first we have Mr. Diaz, who is online and will give his presentation. Over to you, Mr. Diaz. Make him welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Dr. Karen Webster, Chief Medical Officer. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I would much more prefer to be there in person, but unfortunately, I'm not able to do that. I'm currently in Geneva, and after this presentation, I'll travel back to Jamaica. So thank you so much for this opportunity to participate in this very interesting and important discussion. I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Health for the 13th National Health Research Virtual Conference. This is the test of time shows the relevance of these, and more than ever, it's important, the research. And I would also like to thank for the invitation to Dr. Karen Webster Carr, as well as the colleagues from the Ministry of Health. I would like to start with a quote from the Director General, Dr. Tedros. By embedding research at the heart of the pandemic response, we can achieve two goals: to help end the acute phase of the current and protect us from the epidemics and the pandemics of the future. The COVID-19 pandemic presents a human, a social, and economic challenges globally, but demonstrated just how interdependent we all are and the importance for us to collaborate in Jamaica, the Caribbean, and the world. Within a few weeks of declaring the COVID-19 to be a public health emergency of international concern, the WHO published a pivotal document at the start of the pandemic, coordinated global research roadmap, and identifies 8 immediate research actions as well as broader areas, as well as a timeline to provide immediately data for decision-making processes, as well as medium and long-term goals. Here we outline the 8 research actions for immediate steps to contribute to control of the outbreak and save lives now. And he points to the responsibility of the global community to provide the best evidence to inform public health interventions during the pandemic. And he also highlights the need to strike the right balance between stopping transmission now and preparing for the future. I would like to now come to some of the achievements in terms of research and innovation during the COVID-19 pandemic that I think will be important for the discussion. And across the main point here is that across all the areas of research, there has been immense and unprecedented global collaboration. For example, here I would like to highlight that high-quality epidemiological studies have been conducted in more than 17 countries in different settings and among different populations. And these has provided deeper knowledge of routes of transmission, as well as understanding the effectiveness of public health and social measures. Here I'd like to highlight the WHO, the Global COVID-19 Clinical Data Platform, has been developed and included, anonymized patient records from more than 40 countries. And this has been critical in, how do I say, feeding into a living guidelines for COVID-19 pandemic. As we all know, the context was very dynamic, was changing. And in that context, this clinical data platform was able to provide data that analyzed and will be able to use that evidence for COVID-19 therapeutics. Here, in over 10 major trials from various countries that have delivered strong efficacy data and have resulted in many vaccines being deployed around the world, and highlight that the first vaccination took place less than a year after the SARS-CoV-2 was identified. And this was is possible because of the extensive collaboration and cooperation between countries and between stakeholders. And here was recently included another, which is SIM-10, the included emergency of SARS-CoV-2 variants of concern. And here the objective is to have a global framework to be able to track, analyze, and respond to SARS-CoV-2 variants of concern. As you know, it can change also the evolution of this pandemic. This slide illustrates the strong and unprecedented collaboration across countries around the world. As you can see in the figure, more than 5,000 researchers from 171 countries collaborate in developing research for us to be more, have the data to decide the right decisions to address COVID-19. And you can see, I'll just highlight, you can see the Caribbean active in research, but I would like also that 40% of the researchers that I mentioned here from more than 5,000 were from low and middle income countries. So there was a lot of collaboration, and all the countries were engaged in this process as we never saw before. And here, I highlight in the Caribbean, also the University of West Indies coordinated the participation of several Caribbean countries in the Global Solidarity Trial in close collaboration with the Ministry of Health in Jamaica. Let's highlight that importance to explain the important advances in research in Jamaica, the Caribbean, and the world. This graph during the pandemic was multiple disciplinary contributions from thousands of scientists and institutions. As you can see here, this just to describe in terms of what are the number of stakeholders. You can see here in universities. Of course, you can see also government institutions, Ministry of Health, as well as regional, like ARFA, CARICOM, regional institutions like a key role to play in this response. But it was a very diverse group of stakeholders participating in research and innovation collaborative platform. Now I would like to, and I think will be very interesting for the discussion, while we saw, the quick response from the researchers from the Caribbean and the world, and the impact they had in terms of being able to address the emerging challenges during the pandemic. I will now like to also bring some issues for the discussion in terms of the future. And it's currently now that discussion to take this as an opportunity to strengthen research in health in general, but also focus on the future pandemic response. So if you allow me, I'll now going to look to the future and be basically on the important response that's been done and what we learned, how the research could look in the future. And first, the importance of strengthening research capability in Jamaica, in the Caribbean, as well as integration on global research networks. And here, this is some of the main points that I'm going through, but the focus on global coordination of research and development, and here has a strong, fast, and flexible architecture, as you can see in this diagram, and is focused on three main areas: better data, better decisions, better outcomes. We know very well what this means. Getting the good data so decision making can be done and can have impact at country level, and of course in the world. Then global research center in global trust. And here we're talking about ethics and research, of course, but also the new issues like infodemics, and to placing communities at the center of the health emergency response. And finally, research center in equitable access. As we know, there was very good progress in terms of vaccines, but then came the questions of access to those vaccines, so in an equitable way. And so that will be an important issue for discussing research in the next years. So now I'd like to delve into these: better data, better decisions, and better outcomes. And one of the lessons learned after reflection of the response to the COVID-19 pandemic is that we need to advocate for a focused effort to conduct studies that are large and robust enough to answer the critical outstanding questions. So with a concerted move away from, and not recognizing that these are important, they will continue to be important, but there's this discussion now globally of moving away from many small scale and potentially duplicative studies to integrate in global research networks with global coordination and be able to and global to get larger studies on specific matters of urgency. And here, especially consider the emergent variants. It is essential to support global monitoring efforts and strengthen national linkages between countries, as well as close collaboration with experts groups and partners that should continue and should be further expanded. So in terms of better data, better decisions, and better outcomes, here the main message is collaborative intelligence is the essence of WHO News approach to this area. And from the graph, you can see, for example, the new WHO Hub for Pandemic and Epidemic Intelligence, which its aim to build a system of collaborative intelligence, enable better decisions to avert and manage pandemic and epidemic risks. And it is, of course, leverage on WHO unique convening power across member states to foster global decisions that benefit all. As you can see also there, the genomic sequencing to rapidly identify emergency virus, and these come, of course, more recently because of the new variants that are coming, but also in new epidemics or pandemics that might come. The capacity to rapidly identify emergent virus will be an important capacity to the world to respond. And the second point, global research needs global trust. In one of the main lessons learned from the reflection of the COVID-19 response in terms of research, but the response itself, is that campaigns to inform and educate the public about actions they need to take are key to the pandemic control. And I think, and this could be a very interesting discussion for our panel today, is there's been a focus on researchers communicate between themselves through peer-to-peer journals and to the policymakers that take decisions. But it became clear in the pandemic the importance of researchers, scientists be able to also communicate with the public and tackle these infodemics as we saw this pandemic. So this is another challenge, for the future and for researchers in the Caribbean and in the world. So moving forward, the research should be centered, on strong communications as well as behavioral science, evidence-based, which takes into account the local culture, issues, the context, and the audiences. So, and while we're talking about global networks or global coordination of research, the importance of understanding, the local cultural issues, the local context, the local audiences, it remains, or it's even more important nowadays than ever before. And so that balance, the global coordination, while remaining strongly embedded in the local culture, in the local circumstances, because the world itself has its own specificities across countries. And here I'd like to quote the Director General, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, that we are not just fighting a pandemic, we are fighting an infodemic. Fake news spread faster and more easily than this virus, and it's just as dangerous. So an infodemic is an overabundance of information, good or bad, that makes it difficult for people to make decisions for their health. And so misinformation and fake news can cause real harm to health, public trust, social cohesion, and emergency response. So infodemics thrive during times of uncertainty as a response to a new pandemic, as it did during our COVID-19 pandemic. So that's another aspect that we need to address now in this research. And so the provision of clear evidence-based information is a critical area of WHO work as well as research institutions. And here at the World Health Assembly in May 2020, a key resolution addressed infodemic management as an evolving area of research and practice, and its systematic use of evidence-based analysis and interventions to manage infodemic during epidemics and pandemics. And basically here we need to understand better how information flows, as well as understanding cognition and behavior to this information that is received in different ways. And here social media, digital technologies has created complexity in the way we communicate public health and social measures that the community needs to take into account. So, as in the similar diagram here, we talk about infodemics, which came very strongly with the pandemic, and we'll need to develop research and understand better how to address those issues. And we talk about ethics and research, but also like to highlight this placing community at the center of the health emergency response, as well as the importance of infection prevention and control in this area. So there are important areas here to be addressed. And of course, as I mentioned several times, public health and social measures and their impact in this pandemic. And here there are an important work being developed by the Planning Institute of Jamaica with the Ministry of Health on this area, which I think are going to be very, very important. Then in terms research, and this is the third and last pillar that I like to bring for our discussion in terms of research for the future, which is the pandemic has been a moment for research, but the benefits have not been available to everyone. And so therefore, research needs to be centered in equitable access. Science needs to be available to everyone. In here, the global contribution of researchers worldwide sets the foundations for fair and equitable access, and studies that contribute to fair and equitable access, they should be prioritized because they have a global impact. And one of the main lessons learned from the reflection of the COVID-19 response is that research agreements should include discussions and agreements in terms of access clause from the outset, and also scaling up manufacturing should be part of the initial planning. Usually, intellectual property and technology transfer issues, they come usually as afterthought, and this should be put at the front during the planning of the studies. Pandemic preparedness and action is a long-term investment, and here the main point that I would like to highlight is we cannot turn research on and off like a switch. Investment needs to be constant, evidence-based, and it should be global coordinated to respond to global challenges like the pandemic. So in that point, we need to work together to future-proof our global research architecture and capacity to defend ourselves effectively against the threats that lie ahead. And one of the lessons learned from the reflection is that reliable global financing to ensure end-to-end approaches should be earmarked from the start. So while short-term research goals may be to help this pandemic through strong surveillance, treatments, and vaccines, the long-term goal must be investment towards universal health coverage that includes primary health care and pandemic preparedness as part of sustainable long-term vision for the country. Here, just highlight some recommendations. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I would just like to highlight some that I believe could be interesting for the discussion today. One, of course, secure funding to end this pandemic and prepare for the next one. Second, strengthen national linkages across the world to address challenges currently the emerging variants, but also new pandemics that may arise. Third, build research capacities and infrastructure for research, especially in low middle income countries, so we can have that research capacity in every country in the world, so we can contribute globally with this representation of the world, as well as promote large platform research trials. What you mentioned, from moving from small studies to larger, globally coordinated. So my last point here is, we at PAHO, WHO, with the governments as well as the regional partners as CARICOM, the Caribbean Public Health Agency, University of West Indies, and other universities in the Caribbean, we work together to address the challenges of this pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic. And this collaboration was key to facing the COVID-19 pandemic and the way to strengthen the health system in Jamaica and the Caribbean. And such collaboration was central, was central to advancing research to guide the response to the pandemic. And research will continue to be a critical level to end this pandemic, and coordinated research work and our global collaborating network, as is presented here in this figure, is the powerhouse on the global research effort now and in the future. So that it's the importance of coordinated research and integration in global networks to advance our capacity. And to end, I would like to thank to the vast and amazing research community in Jamaica, in the Caribbean, in the world. They were behind each and every research action to study and help us combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz, for that presentation. The floor is now open for questions. Do we have any questions in the physical room? No. Online? No. So, Mr. Diaz, your presentation was obviously clear and the work was well presented. Still holding for no questions. So we're going to move on to our next presenter, and probably that will stimulate some questions, and we will accept questions from Mr. Diaz in the next question and answer session. So Mr. Paul Bourne is online. We introduced him earlier. He's a social epidemiologist, health demographer, statistician, public affairs commentator, poet, and prolific author. Please welcome Mr. Paul Bourne.
Thank you very much, and good morning. I would like to share my screen. Yes, I will. Thank you. So this presentation today may be what we have been looking for. Mr. Diaz has laid a platform for research in the Caribbean. So here is one such. And we're looking at now, how are our young people faring in the COVID-19 pandemic, or how did they fare? And let us begin. Now, the issue of sexual assault is something that is not new to Jamaica, but Jamaica is on the radar in terms of sexual assault in the world. And many persons have actually looked at that, and the Ministry of Justice has actually put out what is it in terms of a context as what the sexual assault entails. Now, the World Health Organization has actually brought to our consciousness that we need to actually examine this issue relating to sexual assault, because what has been happening, sexual assault is critical to other things, and it's related to reproductive health, psychological well-being, and therefore one can sort of understand how that is important. Now, this presentation is actually looking at young people. When we're actually speaking about young person, young adults, we're talking about those 18 to 44 years old in Jamaica. So we will examine the issue relating to sexual assault as well as other assaults that have actually occurred during the COVID-19 pandemic. And we use a theoretical model of conference model to examine the issue here. And why we did so is because we want to look at how men operate within the context of sexual assault and what they're likely to do, and how this research will actually help you to understand what is happening in terms of our men doing these things to other persons in the Jamaican society. So here is a quantitative model that looks at the issue relating to sexual aggression, sexual assault, and some of the dynamics or the statistical interrelationship among the various variables. Now, the literature review on sexual assault is extensive, and the Ministry of Justice give us some context of looking at sexual assault in terms of a definition that they forwarded in 2009, and that substantially is governing the context of this paper. Now, RAIND as well has actually looked at the matter relating to sexual assault. They are forwarded in terms of what it is that we're talking about, the matter relating to penetration, whether it's anal or vaginal penetration. And we're also looking at how objects are also brought into this discussion, as well as oral penetration as well as a part of this matter relating to sexual assault, matter relating to including rape and other things. We use a correlational research design using a web-based approach, and a standardized survey was developed. And as I said, there's an error here. It's 18 to 4. It's 18 to 44-year-old, and I'm apologizing for that. We did the research across the 14 parishes of Jamaica and ensured that ethical things were done. We got approval from the Ethics Committee, Northern University as well. And the research was conducted between June 1 and August 1 of 2021. So the data is relatively new and will provide you with quality information as well. SPSS 25.0 was actually used to analyze the data. A p-value of 5% was used to determine statistical significance, and that takes us now to the issue at hand. Now, 506 persons were interviewed across the 14 parishes of Jamaica, and mostly females. There are some persons who are in the non-binary group and some persons who actually declare themselves to be both. And we see the age group here in terms of the individuals. Substantially, the persons were 18 to 22 years old, relatively young individuals who will get information from in Jamaica. The important question, were you sexually assaulted during the year of 2021? And 36.4% of our sample indicated that they were sexually assaulted. Where these things were happening? At the homes that these things were happening. 13.8% of the occurrences were happening at home. And I mean, an issue here that we need to bring out to persons where persons actually threatened, and many persons declare that, yes, we were threatened when that occurred. Now, the data was disaggregated between the gender to look at what was happening in terms of who were the person being sexually assaulted. And as we actually said before, you see the numbers here. 43% of females that they were sexually assaulted, 15.4% of males indicated they were sexually assaulted, and the persons who actually indicated that they were on both genders, they were sexually assaulted, as well as those who have declared that they are non-binary. Now, here again, we actually look at the data in terms of sexual assault, no, not in terms of it's relating to the gender, but sexual assault. And we looked at 87% of the persons who are females that they were sexually assaulted, 11.4% of the males, etc. So you have information here as to what is happening, who were the person that were sexually assaulted. We're talking about the number of females that were sexually assaulted is something about 8 times more than that of males during the period. Here we're looking at the age group of the persons who were sexually assaulted. We're seeing that even those who were under 18 years old were sexually assaulted during the period. So we need to understand clearly that the sexual assault was not only occurring with those persons who are 18 and beyond, but also it was happening among the very young inside our society as well. And that indicates to us that something is going on. Who are the persons who are doing these sexual assault? Remember we said before, the sexual assault that are occurring substantially in the homes. Who are these individuals? Family members. And we're talking about, we'll exclude stepfather, etc. And friends and family friends. And these are persons we're taking inside our homes, and they are sexually assaulting the young females. Now, were the cases reported, were they reported to the police? And this is the irony of that. Report the abuse, 75.9% of the individuals claim that they have reported the abuse. So it is saying to us that there are a large percent of individuals who are keeping the matter silent. And that is an issue that must be addressed not only by the ministry and policymakers, but also the family members need to address. Why would these individuals not want to report the matter? I remember we said before in terms of a slide that these are done by family members, family friends, and that could be a part of the reason why these young individuals are apprehensive in terms of going forward, in terms of reporting the cases. What were the various acts that were committed against these male females, etc.? Penile penetration, 50% of the females indicated that. The males, 45% of the males indicated that they have experienced penile penetration, and that says to us what is actually going on in our society. Touching as well, forcing self on the individual, oral sex or cunnilingus, those are a part of the things that were done in terms of the acts that were committed against these young females during the home. So we are saying males are also a part of this situation as well. Now, what have we substantially discovered from this issue? We are provided with some sort of context in terms of the fact that sexual assault is actually creating trauma for individuals, and the fact that a number of persons are actually keeping this silent. We're talking about some 24%, which means almost one in every 4 persons who are sexually assaulted has actually kept this inside to himself or herself. And this is actually speaking to us as to what is actually going on with our young people. And without a doubt, not only are they traumatized in terms of going through the act, but they're also traumatized in keeping this matter silent. And something has to be done about this. I remember we said this happened between June 1 and August 1 of 2021, not long ago, and it's what is happening to our young persons. Now, is this something that we should actually pay attention to? How intense is the issue? And we need to understand that these young persons also said that they were actually forced into this matter as well, which means physical force was applied to them, and they were also threatened as a part of that. So intimidatory tactics are used on these young persons in their homes while they are supposed to be comforted and protected in the space of their homes. Now, here is something that I want to leave with us. In addition to that, 87% of the sexual assaulted young persons are females, and we say that 11.2% are males. This is a traumatic experience for young females in Jamaica. And it's substantial I want to leave with us here. That not only are we traumatizing our young person, but we're substantially traumatizing young females at their homes in Jamaica during the pandemic. So whereas a number of things were going in the pandemic in terms of them locking down and staying home, the question is, was the home a safe place for these young persons? And I'm forwarding the home was the worst place that young persons could be during the COVID-19 pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bourne, for your presentation. Very sobering presentation, very clear and well thought out. Any questions for Mr. Bourne? Dr. Crawford has a question in the room.
Thank you, Mr. Bourne. A very good presentation as usual. Just 2 questions. Given that the reproductive health age cohort is 15 to 49, why did you choose 18 to 44? And the second question is, was the sample collected throughout the 14 parishes of Jamaica? And just to say again, very good presentation, and thank you for that research. Over.
Thank you much, and it is Dr. Crawford is glad to hear your voice again. Thank you very much. Now, the issue is, yes, the matter, it was collected for the 14 parishes of Jamaica. What we did was we used a sample size calculator to ensure that we actually did a random sample of actually Jamaican persons, and the sample came out to be 800 and something. We end up with 500, and that would indicate that our in terms of our rate of return was actually very high. So that was something that was actually good for us. Why we chose 18 to 44 years old, it was just a matter of, even though within the context of the reproductive age, and would have actually maybe, if we had gone to 49, would have actually meant something. As a demographer as well, it would have meant a lot. But as a researcher, at some point in time, we need to just make a judgment call as to what it is that we want to do. And the judgment call was that we were going to be examining 18 to 44. And substantially for that reason, that most of the persons, even though the reproductive age goes up to 49, most of those persons will be experiencing such event as a result of what we have actually done are those persons not so much 49, but less than 45 years old. And that was our context in which we actually used that age cohort.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions online? No? All right. Dr. Grant?
Good morning. I have a question for Mr. Diaz related to the presentation on research related to COVID-19, the global initiatives. So one of the points, Mr. Diaz, that you raised was the importance of continuing the research so that we can easily pivot when a pandemic occurs again. So in terms of strengthening our research system at both the WHO level and the country level, I'm just wondering what are some of the steps that we need to undertake so that we can continue to conduct research so that when the next pandemic comes, we're up and running and are ready to take that on.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Grant, for the question. Yeah, that's the question. And in terms of what I wanted to bring it here, it's the importance of, one of the first things we can say in these last 2 years is the importance of research for us to have the evidence needed to take the decisions that we know is going to work, is going to have impact. So, you know, with that, what is now very clear, I think is an opportunity for us to strengthen the research capacity at country level. In here, the second point is important to address the pandemic and the epidemic and pandemic response, but go broader. And that's what I mentioned with universal health coverage and strengthen the health system, because two things are linked. When we have a stronger, more resilient health system, this system is able to respond in a more effective way to the crisis we have. And you know, we have the pandemic, but in the Caribbean, we also have the impact of the hurricanes. We have other mosquito-borne diseases. So we have, the health systems have a lot of challenges to address. And by strengthening the health system, we make it more able to provide response. One of the things in terms of the health system that I think it's important for us to think, and this is not just in the Caribbean, I think it's in the entire world, there was a lot of focus on efficiency, on make our health systems more efficient. From a financial point of view, there was, you know, the focus. We now understand that besides the efficiency, we need to have resilience. We need to have, you know, a buffer zone where the health systems can advance and can be more resilient. So that is you know, one of the points. I think we need to strengthen research capacity in the countries in the Caribbean, in the world. So that's one. And I think in Jamaica, the fact there is a research agenda that's very, very important, because we want to focus the resources on areas that have been identified as critical, but also have a policy to strengthening, or a policy or a strategy where we want to go in the next years to have a stronger research capacity in the country that is able to provide the evidence needed for the decision makers to take the tough decisions they always do. And the third point that I'd like to mention is what I was talking about infodemic. How can researchers and the research community in Jamaica and the Caribbean will also have to trying to understand a bit better how the studies that are being done, the research studies, as Ms. Bourne presented, how can we bring that between the researchers, of course, so we can have these very interesting discussions in terms of methodology, in terms of robustness of the results, but also how can we bring this scientific evidence to discussion within the community, within the society. And I think that's something that we are now looking at when we talk about research. Of course, evidence needs to be presented in a way that the decision makers can use that data to take actions. But I think now is coming also the point, and the discussions at global level happening. How can we also share the research we're doing with the community so they are very informed, and they know also how to distinguish what is good evidence from bad evidence. What is the so I think that part now is starting to become important in the research strategy that we've been coming up after the pandemic. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Dr. Grant.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Grant, have a follow-up?
Yes, thanks, Dr. Woods. I have a question for Mr. Bourne. Just to thank Mr. Bourne for his very important presentation. The question I have is, what are the next steps? So we have the findings now. What are the take-home messages, and what will be the next steps arising from this study?
Well, Mr. Dear, seems that it was actually at Northern Caribbean University hearing what we were discussing, because what we have actually thought about to do is to actually put what we have done in the form of a book and actually present this to a number of persons. But what we have also done, we have also presented our findings in terms of the media. We were on TV, JCVM, putting forward this message, and we have been ensuring that we make Jamaicans on a whole become cognizant of what is actually going on inside of the very homes that they are living, and that they ought to be careful of some of the persons that they actually invite in their space, in their homes, because these are the very persons who are going to be predators. So yes, in terms of that part has been done, and we are hoping now that the ministry can actually begin to chart a way forward within the context of what is it that we're discussing here. Because if it is that a number of persons are traumatized and a number of persons are still keeping this matter in secret, in silence, then that has to be something for the unit in the ministry, the epidemiology unit, to look at where do we go from there as well to actually assist NCU with moving forward.
Okay, thanks. I think there's a question online. Somebody had their hand up, and then we'll go.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. I must say that was two very great presentations, but my question is for Mr. Andrew Bourne. In the participants for your research, were there any special needs persons interviewed? I'm interested in if there were persons from the special needs community that were interviewed.
We interviewed Jamaicans across various social demographic groups. Whether you were special need or otherwise, persons were interviewed. So we were not biased. What we wanted to do was get a cross-sectional representation of Jamaicans, and that's exactly what we did. So all individuals were into that, including persons from the vulnerable groups in terms of those who were poor, etc.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope, though, that we could really do a research on the number of those special needs persons, by themselves, to find out what was the effect from this community.
NCU will do such a research if we are funded by either PAHO, WHO, or yourself, or the Ministry of Health.
Thank you so much for that answer.
Thank you. Mrs. Huntley-Jones, and then we go back to Dr. Crawford. Oh, Dr. Crawford, since you have the mic, please go ahead.
Okay. All right. So just two quick things. Your slide on the perpetrator, went by so quickly, I wasn't able to see if you had female perpetrators, because I find that when it comes to the matter of female perpetrators, it tends to be swept under the rug. So just wondering about that. And just one suggestion, would you be so kind to share your published piece with the National Sexual and Reproductive Health Authority, being the National Family Planning Board? Over.
I will definitely do so, Dr. Crawford. As a matter of fact, I need your maybe contact number to do so directly. The matter relating to females, because it is, the issue is yes, because what became for me a startling finding was the fact that 45% of the males who were a part of the study indicated that they actually experienced penile penetration. And that for me says something about what is actually going on inside our very homes, because normally you would expect that the males were protecting not only the female, but protecting the males as well. And that indicates to me something that is actually happening in the Jamaica space that we need to bring into the discussion of public health and particularly reproductive health as well. But the answer to that question, Dr. Crawford, is yes.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Huntley-Jones?
For that presentation, it's quite unsettling to know that indeed our home environment is not safe for our young people, both male and female. What I find difficult is the fact that persons do not report these incidents. Were you able from your study to determine some of the factors or reasons why persons hesitate in reporting? Because if we're going to be able to address it, then we have to find out why is it that persons are not coming forward. So were you able to, if not from your study, but from your literature review, determine what are some of the reasons why those assaulted are not coming forward? Thank you.
What we could glean information from the study or deduce from the study, because remember that these individuals said that they know the perpetrator, that's number one, all right? And they are family members and family friends. And two, they were threatened. So we can glean from the study that these individuals substantially have been threatened into submission to the point where they are fearful of speaking. So in order for us to address the matter relating to the sexual assault that is actually occurring in Jamaica, we have to let young person become aware and family members become aware that as long as this activity happens to you, report the matter, even if it is daddy or mommy doing it. And that is going to be a challenge for the ministry and other persons to deal with, because these perpetrators, given that they are family, friends, and including family members, doing these acts, and young person would have actually trusted them over years, one can sort of appreciate the silence that actually goes on into it. So in order for us to break this cycle, we have got to let the young persons understand that as long as the issue or the matter occur, the matter should be reported to the police.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and the interactive question and answer session. We are at the end of this session of our feature presentation, and I would like to thank our guest presenters, Mr. Casimira Diaz and Mr. Paul Bourne, for their interesting presentations, and for you for your questions. Thank you all.
We were given a mandate to provide oversight of the redevelopment of the Conrad Regional Hospital. The oversight committee visited the site and inspected the building, and we all concluded that it was a worthwhile building to renovate. To construct a new building would cost 10 times as much of what we are spending to do the renovation.
The hospital is a 450-bed facility. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shara Williams-Liu. Sorry about that. We have a little distraction happening here. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shara Williams-Liu, and I'm here today to welcome you to workshop number 2 at the National Health Research Conference. I congratulate the team, the planning team, on this wonderful production. So workshop 2 today will be quantitative methods in research. But before I get into the session, I just want to encourage all of you to please view the posters in the poster hall, ask the poster persons all kinds of questions, engage them, and I also encourage you to please interact with everyone in the virtual networking space. All right, so let's get into it. So for workshop number 2, we're gonna have a presenter, Professor Olusegun Afis Ismail. Now, Professor Olusegun Ismail, PhD, is a senior lecturer at the University of Technology, Jamaica, the president of the Jamaica Statistical Society, and he's the founder of COSI Market Research and Data Mining Services. He also specializes in the analysis of data in the field of health, education, housing, entrepreneurship, quality and standard, monitoring and evaluation, and a general island-wide survey on public opinion. In his over 21 years career as a data analyst, he has conducted several trainings to various professional groups and also to the general public on quantitative research, of course, and the use of statistical software, especially the use of Microsoft Excel and the statistical packages for the social sciences. So, kindly welcome Professor Ismail, and we look forward to an informative and enjoyable session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Sharon. This morning, my role here is to share with you the idea of quantitative methods in research. Quantitative methods, anything quantitative, most persons are very scared. I remember when you share symbols with someone who is afraid of math, the first thing they will tell you is that, what is that ugly looking thing? My answer to them is that, no, this is just a Greek symbol. You can imagine if we have to teach the Greeks how to speak patois, they too will be upset. It's the same thing. So mathematics in general is just how we perceive it. So this morning, I'm going to walk you through some aspect of quantitative methods because there are so many things to learn. However, under the 1 hour, we will see how we start from basic to something very interesting within the 1 hour session. So, what do we benefit from quantitative methods? This morning we are here, we are benefiting so many things. Some of us are having our nice breakfast, you know. So the answer to the question is that how many, how much to help us to quantify. It can also give us some opportunity to express our results in numbers. It also enables the use of statistical analysis and results. So, what are the methods that are common in most quantitative studies? For those of us who are in the field of doing research, frequency table is very common. For those of us who are not in the field of research, I'm sure we must have seen tables on the TV, elsewhere, giving us an idea of some information. The same goes with graphical illustration, where people use some pictorial to illustrate scenarios. Of course, descriptive statistics, and of course, some statistical tests which are very common both in the field of health sciences and elsewhere. Well, nonetheless, the software. Nowadays, we can hardly do anything without using a device. Very soon, the use of device will be pervasive in our society. We can't hide. So if you can't use a cell phone, you can walk through the TV, we will run into trouble. So the software tools are as important in any method whatsoever, especially in the field of the quantitative studies. So a typical table in most studies could look at what you see on the screen. Some of them follow the APA format, that is the American Psychological Association format of presenting tables. And there are others also where the table will be different from what you see on the screen. The table could be presented as you see it as well, trying to illustrate 300 women attending a public hospital, those who are diabetic and also pregnant, and those who are not diabetic, also pregnant, or pregnant and non-diabetic. So a table can communicate so much information beside ordinary expression. How do we engage readers when we are using quantitative methods? There are so many ways we can communicate ideas. Some of them will include the bar chart, the pie chart, more technical ones like whisker and box plot, the histogram, and the scatter plot. The truth is that many of these graphical illustrations are only necessary for certain type of studies. But in general, most persons will have seen the bar or the pie both in the newspaper and elsewhere, because these are the tools that are easier for anyone to break down, understand, without support from elsewhere. So, a typical bar could be horizontal or could be vertical, depending on the level of manipulation by the researcher. The manipulation also depends on the software. What you see on the screen is actually a typical Excel result. So if we are to use different software, it may not be looking as you see it now, but it may communicate some form of information to whoever is going to be reading or who can understand what actually you have to present. So if I ask you now, of these two, which one do you like? The horizontal one or the vertical one? Just to engage you. Some persons say vertical, some persons say horizontal. So that means one cap don't fit all. So when it comes to quantitative methods, there are so many ways to address a particular problem. Mm-hmm. So when it comes to the pie, for some persons, the pie will be presented in various forms. As you see on the screen now, one look like a donut and one look like a cake. If I ask again, which one do you prefer, the donut or the cake? Some mention the cake, maybe because they love cake so much. Okay. So, if you see these two pie charts, you could see that in one, it contains so many information. It contains the label, the actual count, and the percentage, while the one on the left only contains the percentage and the label. The question is, how much information are you going to present to your reader so that they don't have to call you to explain what you are presenting? A good quantitative method is a method where the reader is able to follow through and understand all you have to present. If you present something that someone needs to call you to come and interpret, it means there's a gap in the communication that you are presenting to your reader. So that's why communication science and statistics goes together. A lot of persons know a lot of statistics, but the problem with your reader is that they don't understand what you are communicating. And that is making the entire quantitative method so difficult for people to embrace. Moving to whisker and box plots. The purpose of the whisker and box plot is just to give an idea about spread of the variable or the data you have collected. Ideally, this particular variable should be at what we call, in technical terms, ratio or interval level of measurement. What do we mean by those technical jargon? We're talking about things that are precise, you know? I mean, nobody here will like somebody to owe them. You want your precise money. And if you are going to give a material to a fashion designer to design something for you, you don't want them to give you oversize. Am I right? And if you are buying a shoe, you want your precise size. So things that are precise in technical terms, in research, we may say that they are measured at ratio. And for some other ones, like temperature and pressure, we may say they are measured at an interval level of measurement. So what happens is that if you want to give an idea how spread these data points are, the whisker and box plot could give you an idea. So it gives you how far out vertically and how low it could be. And also in terms of what we call quartile, like a quarterly basis. You know, first quartile, second quartile, third quartile, which are just really 25%, 50 percentile, and 75 percentile, just to give you an idea. So what you see on the screen now is what we call a whisker. What we really call the whisker? Those lines on top of the box and below the box are what we call whisker. The box is what you see in the middle. That's just what it's all about. Nothing more than that. So the middle line is the median, or what you consider to be 50 percentile. You just give an idea of, you know, it could also give you what we call an outlier. But in this particular instance, everything looks within the box. An outlier is one unusual spot in that particular data. For example, if everybody is going on leave for, say, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and we are asked to speak about average days people are going on leave. But there are 2 persons in that organization who went on maternity leave. That is unusual. Not every time people go on maternity leave. So that kind of outlier will be spotted right if you apply whisker and box plot. That is a very essential tool in identifying unusual data point. The histogram. Many persons doing quantitative research likes to speak about normal distribution. And that word normal is always confusing, because the truth is that what is abnormal? Most persons will say, when you say normal, what about abnormal? But the truth is that in statistics, there are technical concepts that are relative to a specific definition. So they don't really conform to the dictionary types of meaning, but they are in relation to how it's supposed to be defined in the practice of statistics. So When you have an histogram, it's just to give you another view of how spread that particular data points, how they spread from the left to the right. So, in this particular instant, for those of us who travel around the hills, either Trail on the Hills, Mandeville Hills, you could perceive some hill coming down. Am I right or wrong? so that's how beautiful it is. It's telling us that majority of the data points are close to the left. But in statistics, many of us will like to see what we call normal. Normal means something that are evenly distributed to the left and to the right. You can imagine an average height. So if you want to buy a car for an average height, you know what type of a car. But if you fall into what we call a different size, you may need a different type of car. So the histogram gives us an idea how spread out the data is. So when the data is spread in this pattern now, either far to the left or to the right, we might be saying that they are skewed. We will not use the word abnormal. We say they are skewed. So which means certain characteristics are not the same, like the mean, the median, and the mode. So if they are not the same or almost equal, then they are either skewed to the left or to the right. So what I'm showing here now is something skewed. So just to give an idea, what will happen way down in the quantitative methods. Because if it is skewed, it may not allow us to apply certain statistical procedure. The most useful tool is scatter plot. If you have several variables in your data and you do not have an idea how associated these variable points are, and they are measured at ratio or interval level, meaning they are precise, you could attempt to do a scatter plot of these variables to see which ones are relatively associated. That will give an insight in your exploratory activities. So, in this example, the idea is number of accident, yearly estimated cost, US dollars. So if we can prevent number of accidents, perhaps we could also see a reduction in the cost of running our medical facilities. So we know that we are doing a lot with campaign about road safety and so on. This is just an idea. So if you have an increase in the estimate and you have an increase in the number of accidents, automatically the line will look exactly the way you are seeing it now. So what scatter plots gives most people is a first-hand information prior to other analysis. You want to have an idea what is going on with these variables. In fact, one of the best tools in statistics is a scatter plot. If you have no clue or any background information regarding the variable, attempting to have what we call scatter plots of all the variables will give you a clue or an insight into further investigation. So I'm highly recommending the use of scatter plot for identifying any pattern, trend, association prior to additional analysis that may be required. Now, let us take these methods on their own one by one. Let's start with descriptive statistics. Descriptive statistics, as the name suggests, is just to describe. We are all here this morning and those online. If somebody wants to describe all of us here, are they going to describe us, those who are here physically, in terms of age? Are they going to describe us as somebody in the 90s? Male and female. Are they going to describe us somebody in the 90s? We are not having a walking stick, so that's not possible. So the term descriptive statistics is to give an idea of the type of population. It gives you an opportunity to know what likely that population may need, what they don't need. How do you address the issues pertaining to that population? So we talk about mean, we talk about median, we talk about mode. So for every endeavor in life, average means something to each person. Mode means something to each person. This morning, the model dress is what? How do we dress this morning? We didn't dress as somebody going to a party. We dress formally. That is the mode. If we're talking about mean, we really have to quantify it out to know what the average look like, what is the average age. So the median cannot be based on the context of the use in terms of either distance, let's meet midway, let's find middle ground. So the use of these descriptive procedures are always in the context of the scenario. So many researchers are not really paying attention to the context of what the scenario is. So the way they are described must fit in to the background, the context of the research, and so on and so forth. Measures of dispersion. Dispersion is how dispersed, how spread out are we talking about. If we're talking about variation, variation is a very novel concept. Standard deviation is just something that is derived from variation. Rather than talking about variation, we could talk about a smaller quantity called standard deviation, or is far away from the average. The range gives us how far from the smallest to the highest, or the biggest. And of course, the concept of skewness. Now, the skewness is actually related to the central, measures of central tendency. Something will be skewed on the basis of either the mean is greater or more than the median, or the median is more than the mode, or the reverse of the scenario where the mean is less than the median or less than the mode. This is when something actually is skewed when it comes to statistical practice. So when we say something is skewed, we are actually saying that the averages we're talking about appears to be tending in a particular direction. In the field of health sciences, or in quantitative research in general, there are so many concepts that one could use to facilitate research in the field of health or elsewhere. But for this morning, I have crafted some area that are mostly common, that you likely going to use it from time to time compared to the gamut of information that is available for us to learn. One of the most important tools is correlation, or what is known as association. An association between two variables can be determined either using Pearson product moment, and that particular procedure is considered to be parametric. Parametric in the sense that it's going to use the parameters like the standard deviation, the mean, and so on and so forth. Well, we have another contemporary procedure called Spearman. Spearman row method does not require the parameters of the data to be used. It's just mere ranking by trying to rank that particular data set in a particular way, and the answers most time in terms of finding association are almost close. But these two individuals work at different time and produce procedures that today we are now using. So, as I was saying before, many ideas are there to solve a particular problem. No one cap fits all unless you have the context and the understanding of the issues that goes with those problems. There are scenarios that are based on category. For example, we may want to be looking at things based on counting in terms of category. We may be talking about levels of education and the number of children. For some persons, they might say, okay, those persons who really are highly educated tend not to have a lot of children. And those who have a lot of children, maybe they're not highly educated. So we don't know. So to deal with these things, the chi-square test is one such example that enables finding association between two categorical variables. And categorical variables are either measured based on nominal level, things like yes or no, marital status, parish where you live, and of course, it could vary to as many as possible. You may be trying to see how a particular intervention related to non-intervention within a particular period. So, if we are able to identify association, then we can make prediction. I mean, the Ministry of Health continue to promote Jamaica Moves, because if we move the non-communicable diseases, we can have less of it, and then we won't be visiting the hospital now and then. So prediction is where we know the cause and effect. Based on the cause and effect, we could actually propose what we call a model that will give us an idea that if we look at this independent variable and look at the dependent variable, we could estimate what the outcome could be in a simulation setting. So that is the purpose of prediction, using linear regression. And of course, if we are going to have two or more variables to make that prediction, then it becomes multiple linear prediction. So multiple linear regression models. I know, for example, a very simple model that I normally share with people is something very simple. Many of us love to cook. So if your intention is to use 2 ingredients, you know how the soup should taste like. If you increase the number of ingredients, you expect the soup to be in different form. So that's how simple it is. So a lot of the mathematical approach that goes with it are just to enable what the researcher really wants. So in prediction, the linear regression and the multiple linear regression are tools that are highly recommended based on the type of variable. Ideally, we must first explore using the scatter diagram or the scatter plot to know if relationship exists. Testing average. Average is one concept that is used in statistics a lot. And the field of medicine is largely based on statistics. If somebody comes through that door and will take a device to measure their temperature and is above normal, we may be concluding that we are not going to allow them to come in. Am I right or wrong? Because we have a baseline. So the field of medicine, health in general, is on the basis of statistics. So therefore, most of the time we want to see whether there is a change in the average or what we constitute to be the baseline. So we may want to do it in a hypothetical way. We may want to compare between two groups. We may want to look at it from different angles. So if we want to see changes in terms of average, either under hypothetical scenario, and we are going to be using the parameters of that data, then one sample t-test may be suitable. After we will have checked the data to meet some conditions. If we want to compare same variable, but we have two categories. For example, this morning, here we have male or female in attendance. So if we choose to identify one particular variable that is common to both, I'm going to see whether there's a change. Then the independent samples in the sense that the female sample is different from the male sample. Independent sample t-test may be of use. Now, if we talk about something that appears to be pre and post, the same variable are measured twice, post, before, the peer sample t-test may also be something that is a good tool. For example, prior to starting the Jamaica moves, we know what the level of estimate for the communicable disease. And after the campaign, we want to see whether the hospital bill relating to the communicable diseases have gone down or had increased. The peer sample t-test may be something that could help us to see whether we have made a significant stride or we are still behind in the program. So, the next concept is analysis of variance. The name does not necessarily mean we're looking at things from a particular angle, but rather in terms of when the data points have 3 or more categories that we have to compare the means. So for us to address where you have more categories, but you still want to compare averages, analysis of variance may be an example. For example, we have 14 parishes, and we have one linear variable that is common to all, and we really want to see whether changes have taken place when we compare all these parishes at one time before we can take 2 parishes at the same time. So these are the parametric procedures that we could consider if we want to test the population means. Now, there are instances when the data point appears not to be in line or meet the assumptions of what will fit into a parametric situation. So rather than trying to give up, we could apply things like Wilkerson signed rank test, Manny-Whitney U test, and Kruskal-Wallis test. All of these tests are equivalent to 1 or 2 in the parametric procedure. There are advanced procedures that may be required, but these are not usually used generally. Things like multi-level linear models, if the data are in hierarchical format, you can imagine coming in hierarchical format. You know, I know that the ministry also operates in hierarchy. You have the head office, you have the regional offices, you have the health center coming down, right? So if people are trying to identify variation to be incorporated based on the hierarchy, and you are trying to do a linear model, then a multi-level may be of use. There are instances where researchers want to look at 2 or more dependent variables at the same time for several reasons, maybe lack of time, and they want to see whether changes are taking place rather than looking at one variable, but they want to look at 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on and so forth. The multivariate analysis is another useful tool. The survival analysis is something that is very, very pervasive in the field of cancer, studying cancer scenarios and so on. How long will the person live? To what extent will they respond to a particular medication before they go into the auspices or pass on? All of these tools are what could enhance a quantitative research under the aspect of quantitative methods. The statistical software tools. Nowadays, the tools to do statistics are huge. Back in the days when we have to be carrying tables up and down, using calculators, trying to stay 3 or 4 hours drinking coffee to crunch numbers. That's not necessary anymore. It's not. What you need is just to have a good device. All the informations are pre-coded depending on the type of device. If you have a Windows-based laptop or Mac, there are always programs that are useful for any type of analysis you want to do. So Microsoft Excel is something that everyone will have on their desktop, laptop, once they have Windows operating system. But when it comes to IBM, SPSS, those are commercial software that you have to buy from the service provider. The same thing goes with Stata. R&R Studio are free based on the community of programmers who have it together for use, but you have to download it from online to your device to be able to use it. It may require some programming skills to be able to use compared to Stata, SPSS, and Excel. We have Minitab. We have a free one called PSPP, which is a little bit close to what SPSS is. And of course, you have a programming language called SAS, which is SAS. A lot of the private companies with large database operate on SAS system, but you may not know, like the Water Corporation, JPS, and all those organizations, because it enables multi-functions beside just statistical analysis. So I'm going to use roughly maybe about 5 to 10 minutes just to share with you how you could use Excel to do simple analysis if you have never used it before. So let's assume, say, you have never used your device, your desktop, your laptop, and so on, to crunch any numbers. All you need to do is just open up what we call a worksheet. You go to File. After you go to File, very simple, you find your way to what we call Options. When you get to Options, you will see what I have on the screen. When you get to Options, regardless of the operating system, once you are able to find Option, you will be fine. In Options, what you want to look for is ADDINX. That's all. That's all. That's all you're looking for. So when you get the add-ins now, and you click on the add-ins now, you're going to be going to the window that allows you to see the tools, things like VBA, non-VBA, solver, and so on and so forth. Just tick them. Once you tick them and you click Go and you click OK, what will happen is that the computer itself will automatically update within 5 minutes or less. It's less than that, depending on the ability of the processor to get it done. The truth is that if the operating system is not genuine, it may require you to actually try to provide the keys and so on to be able to update your system for the data analysis tool. How do you know that the laptop is ready or the desktop is ready to facilitate this procedure? You're going to go to data, that is the menu, the main menu. You go to data, and then by the time you look to the far right, you will see the icon, data analysis. So that data analysis tool, once you click on it, what you are seeing on the screen are the menu options of tools which Microsoft Office had programmed for anyone who pay for their product. Here, you could select descriptive statistics easily. You could select t-test, z-test, regression. So many things are there that you could use easily without requiring a statistician to assist you. So, let's take an example. Here's an example now of weight of babies born at health center in the parish of Portland. Portlanders, please forgive me that I'm picking on your parish. I know it's a lovely parish. So, if we want to identify all the descriptive measures for this record that is here, what we need to do is to just proceed and go to data analysis to the far right and identify descriptive statistics. To do that, we will highlight that entire column and make sure that the headings is checked to indicate to the program that the first row is a label. Most persons, for some reason, do not remember to tick on the labels. So an error message will just show up because you have labels and numbers together. So, in the box, we have to identify where the results will be stored, whether they will be stored on the same page or they are going to be stored in another Excel sheet. So, if they are going to be on the same page, we need to define the output range by just clicking into the box beside the output range and identify the cells where the output will be placed. If you see below, we have to indicate that we want summary statistics. Summary statistics will be what we want in terms of average, mean, median, mode, standard deviation, and so on and so forth. By the time we click on OK, we will see that result on the right-hand side. So you could imagine asking someone to pick up a calculator and start to be adding up the numbers to provide your average. Ideally speaking, it is good to have an understanding what the formula is, but the truth is that the result is what we need at a glance in our respective offices. So, what you see on the right is actually a synopsis of using Microsoft Excel to generate for you descriptive statistics. And what is it describing? It's giving us the mean, the standard error, the median, the mode. It's giving us more information than what we really need most of the time. So it's left to the researcher to actually identify what they need and present that in their report. So the design of the software, Microsoft Excel, is to give you as much as you need, but the researcher or the individual conducting the research will now select what to communicate to the readers. Beside the descriptive statistics, we have other tools that are useful, starting with, if we want to plot a histogram, we want to do moving average, which is a time series concept. If we want to produce random number, if we want to rank and create percentile, if we want to do regression, that is a regression model. If we want to do sampling, if we want to do t-test, the paired two sample for mean, t-test two sample assuming equal variances, t-test assuming unequal variances, and z-test two sample for means. So, just to share with you an example of paired sample t-test. So we have two columns showing weight of participants in the Jamaica Move exercise program, just assuming. And we're looking at the second column, the weight after going through the program. So what will happen is that we want to see whether there's a weight reduction after consuming so much calorie of food on a daily basis. So can proceed to use the paired sample t-test by following the steps that we are going to go through now. So the first thing is to go back to the data analysis and select paired sample t-test, and this box comes up. So the first part is the variable 1, followed by variable 2. So we have to highlight the first column for variable 1, highlight second column for variable 2, and indicate that we are assuming that there is no change in the average of these two data sets. That's why you see 0 there. 0 means that despite going through this program, I did not benefit at all. I still remain putting on my weight. So the analysis will prove us right or wrong to see whether something actually happens. So that's why 0 have to be there. Or if we really know the extent of change, we can actually put that also there if we have an idea what the change could be. But if we don't know, then we could put in 0. So, when it comes to statistical inference, where we test hypothesis, the hypothesis in this sense is that the exercise program is working. The alternative is that it's not working. We've seen people still going to the hospital and spending so much money, and government couldn't. So we have to have a particular level of confidence in what we are doing. So the level of confidence goes with the probability of rejecting our hypothesis. So in most cases, if we say 99% we are confident, then the probability of rejection is 1% because they are complementary. Just imagine having buns and cheese. So if you have your bun, you have your cheese. So if you're talking about the level of confidence, you're talking about the probability of rejecting that hypothetical statement that you have made. So in most research, most studies, people will see a lot of 95% confidence level or p-value of 5%. So people will ask me, what does p-value 5% mean? I say it means you are trying to think about a 95% confidence level. The default probability of rejection in Excel is 0.05. You can vary it. You can change it to 0.01. You can change it to 0.02. but as it is now, it is just 0.05. So with this now, we define the output, and we put in all the relevant records. So we are able to okay. So we got the result, and the result is showing the average before. It was 180 in terms of the mean. After going through the exercise regime, it goes to 161. Am I right? Yeah, sorry, I wear glasses, so I have to really squint my eyes. Sorry. So, we could say that the campaign appears to be going all right. So, we want persons to be falling down in the weight, not gaining weight. So, now, there are so many information that I have highlighted way down. So, when it comes to hypothesis formulation, there are some concepts that are interesting to many researchers. One is one tail, and the other one is two tail. For some persons who crack joke with me, they will say, "You mean oxtail?" I say, "No, not the oxtail. This tail is not that type of tail." It's just a concept talking about the normal distribution curve. Normal distribution is just like a bell curve. So when you're drawing that particular diagram like a bell shape, so you have a taping of the curve to the right. That's what we call tail. And to the left, that's what we call tail. So the question is, if we're talking about one side, which is called one tail, maybe for you, you're saying that one is greater than the other. So if we're saying that before the campaign, most persons gain weight. So you'll be saying that the average weight pre is greater than the average weight post. So so you'll be looking at one side of the tail to judge your hypothesis. However, if you believe that it could either be to the left as well or to the right, so we call that two tail. So you could look to the left or look to the right. So whether we look to both or one, if you notice, we have 0.0019 if it is one tail. If it is two tail, we have 0.0039 something. Both values are less than 0.05, which is our goal post when we are developing the hypothesis. So ideally speaking, when this happens, we normally reject the null hypothesis and go for the alternative that, well, actually, they're not the same. So something is actually either more than the other one or something is less. In this case, we could see the average for ourselves that people gain weight and people lose weight after going through the exercise. So that is the benefit of this type of procedure if we want to compare intervention. The peer sample enables pre-measurement and post-measurement to be able to give the researcher an opportunity to see whether change has actually taken place. And it could be used for a variety of areas, not only in this scenario. It could be used for several things to measure impact assessment, because if you want to assess the impact of something, you want to see whether change has taken place. It's a very good tool when that particular variable is measured continuously to see the intervention that is put in place. So, for independent sample t-test, if we have two samples, and both samples are actually measuring the same variable. So we may want to compare, for example, age of female versus male who attend or who are in a particular specific scenario, say cancer patient, just to see those persons whether age is something that we could take into consideration, either in terms of care or what we do. So the independent sample test enable us to compare the average for any two category measuring the same variable. So let's say we want to compare whether the female are older than the male or the male are older than the female, or they're not older, they're just about the same age group. So we go to the same tool and select independent sample, but we have to be sure whether we are assuming that the variation in the group is almost the same or not the same. So we have to make up our mind whether we know that they could be equal or unequal. So in this instance, I'm assuming that the variation is unequal. So, as usual, we will indicate where the first group will be, variable 1, second group, variable 2. We repeat the same procedure here, and the result shows that the female 58.3, the male 74.8. Now, the truth is this: we are allowing the procedure to tell us whether the difference is significant or is not. Many problems with quantitative method is where the emotion of the researcher comes in, like seeing two numbers and without paying attention to what the conclusion is from the result, coming with your own idea to say, oh, there's a change. No, it's not like that. You have to allow the probability of rejection to give us that opportunity to conclude whether it is so that that change is significant or not. So, as you could see now, we could conclude that actually the difference is significant in terms of the male and female. So there's so much to share with everyone, but based on the limited time and the understanding, I am sharing with you opportunities for training and, of course, workshop where more opportunity for understanding how Excel or the software works, that you could learn or you could take the opportunity at your own time. At UTech, we have the Bachelor's of Applied Statistics. It's actually a 4-year program, and something that could help anyone who wants to be a data scientist, data analyst, and I mean, the field of data is not just for persons to sit in the office. I keep saying that everybody needs to have data manipulation and analysis skills. Is something that helps the development of one's career. We also have the BSc in Actuarial Science at UTech, and could check the website, and of course, the Jamaica Statistical Society, another opportunity where you could check our website for regular workshops, or you could call in or send an email as well, where many of these workshops target persons who are conducting research, who either in the applied domain need a refresher, or they want to be able to improve on what they know. There are a lot of resources nowadays on YouTube. Back in the days, there's no access to information. Nowadays, if you take any phone, you will see a lot of information regarding statistics. So that's another opportunity to increase the knowledge and to continuously update in how these statistical methods and generally quantitative methods could be used to enhance research. I have come to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. We'll now go to question and answer. I'm not sure if I need to stay. I should stay. Okay, go ahead. Okay.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Dr. Ismail, for your excellent presentation. So if I'm your student, I'm learning a lot already. Okay. Now, the quick question is, I saw the whisker. I might not ask you to go back to the slide. Don't go back. But while I was there, I had questions. But it's okay. Now, if we use the scatter diagram, okay? We use the scatter diagram and we find a first-hand information. So, is there any need to proceed with the research, depending on what it is?
Okay. My understanding of the question is that if you conduct bivariate analysis, where you take two variables and you plot a scatter diagram. So the question is, do you need to proceed to do more things with those two variables?
First-hand information, because you say it gives you a first-hand information.
Yeah.
Where it is going. Is there
Yeah.
something off, or everyone is just going in a straight line? Because at the end of the day, with those data you had, I was thinking in my mind, oh, is it that this is just an example, or these are true information? Because when what you have there, those two variables, as you have the increasing one leads to the increase in the other. Okay? Yeah. So I was wondering, this will give you a straight line. Yeah. It goes up straight. Yeah. So we don't get that all the time. Correct. So if now I have something outside of it, since it gives me a first-hand information, do I need to proceed? Can't I just rest my case there and just say, oh, this is what I'm getting? That is the question. Just for the benefit of those who want to get a shortcut to get something done.
Okay. Thank you so much for the question. I'm going to look at an analogy of a patient who met in an accident, and number of bones were broken. So the doctor did not know whether it's 10 bones or 5 bones. So he called for, what do you call it? X-ray. So when you do X-ray now, then the radiologist try to describe what is inside it. Then you look, say, okay, there are now 10 bones that are broken, one inside. We have to deal with that. So what happened is that the scatter plot gave you first-hand information. It formed the basis of your next action. What happened is that when it comes to data visualization, you don't know what this information is all about. Nobody knows a lot about our data until you explore that information more and start to raise questions as to why is this way, what caused this. The question is, research is never stopping. Where you start now is another point for another person to pick it up from there. So the question is, the person who figure out the first baseline, they may choose to rest there. Another person might pick it up next day and say, you know what? I'm going to continue with this. And that is how things have evolved over the years, starting with so many devices. As a little boy, the TV used to be something you lock up with padlock. And I used to crack a joke. But the TV is in my pocket now. If I take a phone now, I can watch TV. I couldn't do that 30 years ago. No. Because where the knowledge stopped at that time, it has moved past that right away. So somebody will take the same data and look and stop. Somebody will take it and take the same information and move up. Right. Yeah. Yes.
I'm confused. Read the whisper. Under what circumstances would you use the whisper? Could you use it like if you have a large data set that requires the use of pivot table? And from your analysis from the pivot table, could you use a whisper diagram? I just want to understand whisper. Just give me an example.
Of what?
The whisper.
Oh, the whisker and box plot. I was trying to. Whisker. That is the lines, the box at the middle, whisker and box plots.
Okay. I don't understand the whisper.
No problem. Okay, let me break it down for you.
Okay. Thank you.
There are so many variables that are measured for a specific purpose that we may not be able to see outliers in those variables. For example, how do we know that the policy of Ministry of Education is working when everybody is supposed to start school at 6 years old? How do you know? You don't know. You go to a school, they just tell you that the students are 6 years old and so. No. If you have all the records in terms of the age, imagine you have about, say, 30,000 primary school students. How do you pick out somebody who's 13-year-old or 14-year-old inside there? You don't know. That is more work. The whisker and box plot will tell you this person should not be here. So it's a tool that enables ones to find out what we consider to be an outlier, what we do not expect to be there. So in that, the box that I show appears to be something that are ideal, but as one of the participants said, in real life, some things may not be there, and you will see those things jumping out. So the whisker and box plot is just to give us the spread of the records and something that we call unusual. Now, let's go back to the pivot table that you mentioned. The name pivot table, as the name suggests, is just to give you manipulation of the tables in various forms of row and columns in Excel. It's good. Even to customize, having an idea of what you call macro. So you can actually extract what you need, what kind of table that you need. That is one of the features which Excel provide opportunity for anyone who knows Excel in depth to be able to extract information for a specific table for use for further analysis. Have I managed to the question? Okay. Okay. Any online question? I'm not sure. I doubt it.
To move very far. All right, so I hear there are no questions online, and I just want to thank Prof. Ishmael for that wonderful presentation. I wonder how many of us listening today would be willing to admit that we often stay away from those research questions that require a quantitative approach. But I'm also sure that I see some hands, but I'm also sure that after this workshop, we can feel those fears shrinking. So many thanks to Prof. And we are going to take a short break now, and then we go into the virtual networking session. Thank you. Okay, I'm good. Stay close by.
Okay, are we, we're on? Okay. So, Dr. Ismail, I really believe that your presentation this morning has been very comprehensive. I hope that those in the room and those online have learned And as indicated before, we hope that this will be the first of many, because one of the emphases in terms of the Health Research Conference is building the cadre of researchers. And I think it's very important to build a cadre with respect to quantitative research. And so thank you very much for your willingness. We do appreciate it. Well, first of all, I have to say the official name, Mrs. Williams-Lou, soon to be Dr. Williams-Lou. And then for us, the beloved Shara, who was a part of us for so many years, we're very happy to see her back. And as persons know with respect to the conference and the Secretariat, we are all family. And once we become a part of the family, it's very hard to leave. But we do appreciate everything that Mrs. Williams-Lou did while she was here, and the fact that she's willing to come back to moderate. And we know that there will be the next steps up, so it is going to be moderate and then present and then chair. So the pressure is on. So we really do thank her. And so this is a token. Let me just... Thank you so much. All right. Okay, she got it? All right. Thank you.
We were given a mandate to provide oversight of the redevelopment of the Conrad Regional Hospital. The oversight committee visited the site and inspected the building, and we all concluded that it was a worthwhile building to renovate. To construct a new building would cost 10 times as much of what we are spending to do the renovation.
The hospital is a 450-bed facility. It was pretty much full and has been consistently so. And the options to close would mean having nowhere to put persons. People would literally die if we close the hospital.
This project is approximately $3.5 billion. The first phase was to fix the roof, fix the structural problem.
This Good morning, everyone. It's time for our virtual networking, and I would assume everybody has logged back into VFair. At this time, you have the opportunity to join four breakout rooms, which is the Caribbean Institute of Health Research, Jamaica Statistical Society, Nurses Honor Society, and the University of Technology. Unfortunately, the Micro University College is not able to be in attendance today, so just go to the auditorium and choose the breakout room of choice. So you have between 11:40 to 12:05 p.m. to interact with this team, and then a second opportunity to join another breakout room at 12:05 to 12:35. So please make your way to the breakout room of your choice at this time by clicking on the breakout room that you may wish to join. So all the best, and see you at 12:35. Thank you.
Dr. the Honorable Christopher Tufton, MP, Minister of Health and Wellness, Mr. Ian Stein, Pan American Health Organization, World Health Organization representative for Jamaica, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands, Dr. Emily Kanye Dokubo, Captain, United States Public Health Service, the CDC Director, Jamaica and the Caribbean Regional Program for the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Joy St. John, Executive Director, Caribbean Public Health Agency, Dr. Wayne Henry, CD, JP, Chairman and Director General for the Planning Institute of Jamaica, and Professor Marvin Reed, Chairman of the Essential National Health Research Committee. Other specially invited guests, presenters, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, those present and those joining us online, good morning and welcome to the 13th staging of the National Health Research Conference. It's lucky 13. This year is being staged and observed under the theme, Combating Non-Communicable Diseases, Looking to a Healthier Future. What an amazing statement and declaration we're making this morning. Combating, we're taking it on. And it's a fight we are going to win when we look to a healthier future. The theme comes at a time where countries, regionally and globally, are raising awareness and implementing strategies to combat NCDs. So the National Health Research Conference is an event where researchers submit their health-related abstracts, presenters share their wealth of knowledge among us based on the hard work that they have done. Their findings will absolutely impact public health positively and will benefit us as a people. So I'm sure that most of us are looking forward to an insightful and engaging session over the next 3 days, starting today and ending on Friday. I want to thank Ms. Paulette Bellamy, Ms. Rosalind Williams, and Mr. Alex Martin Blanken, Touch of Elegance, for that great start to this morning's session. Thank you so much for that prelude. And now I invite everyone to stand for the playing of Jamaica's national anthem. Please remain standing. One of the most beautiful prayers that we all say as Jamaicans, our national anthem, about this land that we love. But now I invite Mr. Keith Foga, Director, Health Promotion and Education from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, to deliver the invocation.
Good morning. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we pause now to say thank you. Lord, we're not guaranteed that we would be here this morning, yet here we are, and how grateful we are. Those here present and those online, we thank you, Father. Lord, we thank you for the opportunity we have to be here on this 13th conference. Lord, you know the journey has not been easy, but Father, you have empowered persons, Lord God, to be able to come together, plan and put together this conference. And we give you thanks for the obstacles you allowed them to overcome, for just enduring, Lord God, and for hosting what we know is going to be a great conference. We thank you for every presenter, Lord, every researcher. We thank you for the body of findings that we will have, Lord, information, Lord God, that we can use to influence, to shape, to develop programs and initiatives that will help to improve the health of our nation as we indeed look to a healthier future. So, Father, we pray your blessings upon everyone here. We thank you for our Honorable Minister, for our Chief Medical Officer, for our Permanent Secretary, for those leading, directing our Ministry of Health and Wellness. Lord, you know the challenges that come, but God, we pray that you continue to give them wisdom to strengthen them. We thank you for the partners we have who help to make events like this a reality, who help, Lord God, with our overall health system. Lord, we pray that at the end, not just of today, but these 3 days, we all will leave feeling empowered and just grateful for the opportunity to be here. So, Lord, we just pray over all the technical issues, Lord God. We pray against any glitches right now. We just pray that everything will run smoothly as you would have it planned. We give you thanks and praise in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you very much, Takis, and you may be seated. I'm excited about the next 3 days. Who is excited? I think so. Research is such an amazing thing, and I know that some of the things that we're going to be sharing in these presentations and seminars and panel discussions will be groundbreaking, inspirational, as we continue to combat NCDs. To deliver the official welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and please put your hands together so she also feels welcome, we invite Dr. Karen Webster-Carr, Chief Medical Officer at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Let's hear it for her.
Ms. Delia Harris, Masters of Ceremonies. Dr. the Honorable Christopher Tufton, MP, Minister of Health and Wellness. Mr. Ian Stein, who is online, Pan American Health Organization, World Health Organization Representative, PWR, Jamaica, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands. Dr. Emily Kiney, Captain, United States Public Health Service, CDC Director, Jamaica and Caribbean Regional Program, U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Dr. Joy St. John, Executive Director.
Good morning, everyone. In terms of our virtual networking sessions, please join by going onto VFairs and going to auditorium and then choosing your breakout room of choice. So at this time, all the breakout rooms are open. Members virtually just need to join in by choosing the room that you want to enter. All right? And the same thing applies for the second session. Somebody will let you in to the room. So keep on trying and you should be able to get into our breakout room. All right, thank you.
All, good morning. It is with great pleasure that I welcome everyone to the 13th staging of the National Health Research Conference. It has been 13 years of bringing to the people of Jamaica and our region public health insights through research. I anticipate that this year's abstracts and other presentations will build on that legacy as we engage on the varied offerings through the lens of this year's theme, Combating Non-Communicable Diseases, Looking to a Healthier Future. I take the opportunity to commend the researchers who have invested time and other resources to prepare and submit their work. and on a range of topics including nutrition, NCDs, maternal and child health, health economics, and ethics in research. To the National Health Research Conference Secretariat and others who have contributed in whatever way to making this year's event a reality, you have my thanks, many, many thanks. I encourage all of us here, those in the room as well as those online, to make the best use of this year's conference. Be edified by the research offerings, ask questions, talk among yourselves, engage, and network. In this way, we all make a contribution to public health, collaborating to inform or otherwise influence policy and program planning, and the research that drives them. Research, ladies and gentlemen, does its job when it's insightful, and it gets to be that way by first being interrogated and then engaged with. Once again, a very warm welcome to all. Now let's have a wonderful 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. Insightful and interrogative. That's what you said. And that's what we're looking forward to over the next 3 days. We can't do this without support of our partners and our stakeholders. And so now we're going to have some greetings from some very important people who are going to help us in this fight against non-communicable diseases. And we're going to start first on Zoom. Dr. Joy St. John joins us, Executive Director from the Caribbean Public Health Agency, CARPA. Dr. St. John.
Thank you, Madam Master of Ceremonies. Dr. the Honorable Christopher Tufton, Minister of Health of Jamaica. Mr. Ian Stein, PWR of PAHO. Dr. Emily Kaine Dokupo, United States Centers for Disease Control Caribbean Regional Office Head. Dr. Wayne Henry, Planning Institute of Jamaica. Dr. Karen Webster Carr, Chief Medical Officer. Dr. Andreen Grant, Director for Epidemiological Research and Data Analysis, other directors and branch heads from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and Professor Reed, participants, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, and thank you for your kind invitation once again to speak on behalf of CARPA at this Jamaica National Health Research Conference. Jamaica has had a rich history of high-quality research in NCDs, which has benefited the Caribbean region. Despite this rich history, I am very glad that this conference is showcasing NCDs, not only because it is critical to build individual capacity for research, but even more so because evidence-based decision-making to inform capacity building actions and to monitor policies that have been implemented is required to ensure non-health sectors are truly supportive of health interventions to stem the tide of NCDs. This conference is an important step towards achieving this. In CARICOM, there's a need for more data on the burden of NCDs and their risk factors. We rely too heavily on global data or data from the region of the Americas. We know that the rest of the region of the Americas is vastly different from CARICOM. Its population size, lifestyle, culture, health promotion, and services infrastructure. There remains a lack of current data on NCDs, especially since the COVID-19 pandemic. And so, more research is required to understand the Caribbean context, the drivers of the epidemic, and how the long and short-term impacts will affect the health status of Caribbean residents throughout the life cycle. In this regard, there is a need for more operational research and the use of implementation science to identify what works and what is required to bring best practices to scale in the Caribbean context. This is especially important as we seek to manage the ways in which COVID-19 has worsened the NCD situation. NCDs cost us a lot. The hidden costs far outweigh the direct costs for treating these diseases, but the direct costs are huge. A recent study by the World Obesity Federation in 2022 reported that the economic costs of overweight and obesity projection in 2060 in Trinidad and Tobago will account for 10.2% of GDP, or $4.9 billion. And in Jamaica, will account for 5.85% of GDP, or $1.5 billion. In the context of NCD's prevention and control, the success of programs is very much impacted by actions in non-health sectors. I think of trade, manufacturing, media, and education, to name a few. Much of the change to be undertaken will require the promulgation or enactment and enforcement of legislation. So different indicators are required for different and unusual actors, and the use of legal epidemiology and policy surveillance will become more central to the monitoring and evaluation of governmental and private sector interventions and corporate responsibility, respectively. I hope this conference goes a long way in unpacking these new paradigms for the young and the experienced researcher. This is new territory, which the Caribbean must explore thoroughly and report on extensively. Jamaica remains the source of innovation for which it has long been famous. Just in September, CARFA launched Caribbean Moves, which was patterned after your very own Jamaica Moves. This is one of the many practical but fun initiatives throughout the region that will help to combat some of the risk factors for NCDs. So let's get moving and let's keep moving. I applaud the Ministry of Health and Wellness for having an essential health research committee, as well as a national research agenda. And I'm also pleased that CARFA is a member of that committee, represented by our Head of Medicine's Quality Control and Surveillance Department, Ms. Nicole Ennis. I wish you, the organizers and participants, the best for this conference, and I am anxiously awaiting the research that will be presented. NCDs, unfortunately, because of how badly they affect the young and the old, remain the Caribbean's business. And we must do all that we can to better our lives and the lives of future generations. Congratulations to the planning teams for hosting yet another research conference. I thank you. Over to you, Madam Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you very much, Dr. St. John. Wow, what a great presentation. Talking about the needs, you heard the charge, implementation cycles, scaling best practices, looking at operational research. Did you hear the figures? The economics of NCDs is real. And so it's important what we're doing over the next 3 days. It's not just about making sure Jamaica is physically healthy, but financially healthy as well. And the source of innovation, Jamaica, that's what she says we are. And I'm sure over the next 3 days, we'll find some additional innovative ways to combat NCDs. Thank you again, Dr. St. John. And now we will hear from Mr. Ian Stein, Pan American Health Organization, World Health Organization representative for Jamaica, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands.
Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. Emily Kaine, the Caribbean Regional Office Director for the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Wayne Henry, the Director General of Planning at the Institute of Jamaica, Dr. Jacqueline Bessecer-McKenzie, the Chief Medical Officer of Health in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Dr. Webster Carr, the National Epidemiologist at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Dr. Adrian Grant, Director of Epidemiological Research and Data Analysis, directors and branch heads from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to begin by congratulating the Ministry of Health and Wellness on the staging of this, its annual National Health Research Conference under the theme of combating non-communicable diseases, looking toward a healthier future. The longevity of this conference, now its 13th session, is a confirmation of its relevance and importance for advancing research in health and the significant contribution of researchers from Jamaica to advancing knowledge to the Caribbean and to the world. It's an unfortunate challenge and a well-established fact that NCDs are a major driver of morbidity and mortality in Jamaica, and additionally, they pose a significant burden on the national economy. As such, we look forward to these discussions' contribution to overcoming some of these challenges. In this context, the Pan American Health Organization and the World Health Organization partnered with the Ministry of Health and Wellness of Jamaica, the United Nations Development Program, and RTI International a few years ago to develop an investment case for addressing NCDs. Unsurprisingly, these results indicated that investing in the prevention and control of NCDs would support the government of Jamaica to avoid significant direct costs and substantial indirect economic losses. The investment case noted that over the period 2017 to 2032, scaling up the recommended package of interventions would save close to 6,000 lives and restore over 67,000 healthy life years. It would also avoid labor productivity losses of over 47 billion Jamaican dollars and save over 30 billion Jamaican dollars of direct medical costs. And lastly, it would substantially grow the gross domestic product as early as year 5 of this investment. It is well documented that the COVID-19 pandemic increased challenges in the prevention and control of NCDs. Unfortunately, many people who required treatment for diseases such as cancer, cardiovascular diseases, and diabetes have not been able to receive the health services and medicines they need. The pandemic demonstrated that it is vital that countries find the necessary ways and ensure that essential services for NCD treatment and care continue no matter the context the health systems face. The pandemic also highlighted the key role of research and how it plays an important role to the current public health challenges. Since the pandemic, we've seen how research allowed us to pivot and improve our response to COVID-19, and it presents similar opportunities for dealing with NCDs. By harnessing the power of science and research at the heart of health systems, we can achieve 3 goals: better health, better protection from epidemics and pandemics, and better coverage of people. Ladies and gentlemen, it is crucial to protect the most at-risk populations, recognizing that the impact of the pandemic has been particularly severe for the most vulnerable and has worsened socioeconomic divides. Now is the time to expand the scope of health research, and we need to expand collaborations with researchers and international partners. Furthermore, integrating research with equity ensures we improve people's health and lives without leaving persons behind. Allow me to acknowledge the critical role of the national institutions and research centers in Jamaica that provide critical support in advancing knowledge to improve the health and lives of the Jamaican people and, by extension, the world. We at PAHO are committed to advancing capacity building on knowledge translation to ensure the scientific research is translated in evidence-informed policies, as well as promoting the integration of the Ministry of Health and Wellness and researchers into global research networks. In this context, PAHO provided support to the Ministry of Health and Wellness's efforts to develop a national policy on research for health, and we look forward to strengthening this collaboration. I wish you a fruitful and productive discussion over these days, and I look forward to strengthening our important collaboration. Have a good morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stein, for bringing us those greetings. And now we're going to hear from the CDC Director, Jamaican Caribbean Regional Program for the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. She's also captain of the United States Public Health Service, and we're glad to have her with us here in person, Dr. Emily Kane DeKubu. Please make her feel welcome.
Honorable Minister, Dr. Christopher Tofton, Jamaica Ministry of Health and Wellness, Dr. Karen Webster Carr, Acting Chief Medical Officer, Mr. Einstein, representative of the Pan American Health Organization, Dr. Joyce St. John, Executive Director of Caribbean Public Health Agency, Dr. Wayne Henry, Chairman and Director General of the Planning Institutes of Jamaica, Dr. Adrian Grant, Director for Epidemiological Research and Data Analysis, directors and officials of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, distinguished guests and colleagues here in person and virtually. It is with great pleasure that I represent the United States Department of Health and Human Services, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, at the 13th Annual National Health Research Conference focused on combating non-communicable diseases, looking to a healthier future. Health is one of the top priorities for U.S. foreign assistance here in Jamaica and the Caribbean region. And as CDC celebrates 75 years of public health service, our work has focused on issues of global health concern, working to improve the health, safety, and security of populations globally. With offices in over 60 countries across the world, including here in Jamaica, CDC collaborates with ministries of health and with partners to enhance global health and to reduce the premature non-communicable diseases, deaths, and disabilities. The United States, through the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, provides public health expertise and strategic support to the governments of Jamaica and partners to ensure that we are strengthening the public health system, achieving sustained HIV epidemic control, and increasing health security capacity to prevent, detect, and effectively respond to health threats. Through our longstanding partnership, CDC's Caribbean Regional Program here in Jamaica works in close collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Wellness to strengthen surveillance, laboratory systems, health workforce, and emergency response capacity in the country. Together, we have made major achievements. Over the past 3 years, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought public health to the forefront of the world's attention and underscored the importance of resilient health systems to ensure continued service delivery. The pandemic also showed us the importance and value of nations working together to ensure global health security. Non-communicable diseases such as heart disease, cancer, chronic respiratory disease, and diabetes are the leading causes of morbidity and mortality worldwide and represents an emerging health threat. Deaths from NCDs exceed the sum of all communicable diseases worldwide and also account for over 7 out of every 10 deaths globally, with 85% of premature NCD deaths occurring in low and middle income countries. Here in Jamaica, NCDs account for the leading causes of disability and death, taking a huge toll on the health of its citizens and the economy of the country. NCDs also play a key role in outbreak preparedness and global health security. Over the course of the pandemic, evidence has shown us that NCDs and their risk factors increase the likelihood of hospitalization or death from COVID-19 across all age groups. Addressing NCDs enhances global economic and health security as countries with healthier populations are more stable, prosperous, and better able to avoid health crises. In collaboration with partners, CDC works to reduce the impact of NCDs with activities focusing on promoting and supporting innovative, evidence-based interventions to prevent and control non-communicable diseases. We produce scientific evidence on NCDs, risk factors, and interventions to develop effective programs and enable informed decision-making. And to increase NCD capacity globally and increase skills in surveillance, prevention, and control, CDC strengthens public health infrastructure and workforce capacity to empower countries to address health needs and avoid health crises. We improve NCD surveillance, monitoring, and evaluation systems to enable countries set their own priorities, target interventions, and monitor success. Our efforts are aligned with global targets, including the UN Sustainable Development Goals and the World Health Organization's Global Monitoring Framework. Now, the success of U.S. investments in global health through programs such as the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR, have demonstrated the potential for public health improvements in low and middle income countries. As health needs continue to evolve, existing platforms for specialized disease-specific care can serve as catalysts for broader health services. For example, systems put in place through PEPFAR infrastructure for HIV care
Well, the sessions have been truly amazing, and now is our second opportunity to join another breakout room. So please make your way to your second breakout room of choice, and please do enjoy the second session. All the best.
Facilitated the delivery of hypertension control and cervical cancer prevention services in some countries. On a broader scale, coupling services for communicable and non-communicable diseases help to maintain investments in health systems between and during outbreaks, ensuring a more consistent source of health funding. This is a strategic and a sustainable investment in the long-term capacity of countries to address local and global health threats. CDC is a committed partner of Jamaica Ministry of Health and Wellness and supports its efforts to improve health outcomes in the country as outlined in the National Strategic Plan. We applaud the Ministry's prioritization of NCDs and implementation of initiatives like the Jamaica Moose campaign to improve the health of the population. This conference provides an opportunity for further collaboration between Jamaica Ministry of Health and Wellness and partners to address health priorities, integrate NCDs in global health security approaches, and increase health equity. Minister Tofton, we commend the Ministry of Health and Wellness and acknowledge the efforts of all health workers and partners in addressing health issues. On behalf of the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, I wish you a successful conference. We look forward to continued partnership to improve health outcomes, to foster healthy populations here in Jamaica, the Caribbean region, and globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kanye. And so we now have our final greeting this morning, and it will come to us from the Planning Institute of Jamaica, Chairman and Director General, Dr. Wayne Henry.
Ms. Delia Harris, Master of Ceremonies, Dr. Jacqueline Bisesa McKenzie, Chief Medical Officer in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Dr. Joy St. John, Executive Director of CARFA, Mr. Ian Stein, the PAHO WHO representative for Jamaica, Bermuda, and the Cayman Islands, Dr. Emily Kind-Kubo, the CDC Director in charge of Jamaica, and Ms. Fogo, the Director of Health Promotion and Education in the Ministry of Health and Wellness, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my distinct pleasure to bring greetings on behalf of the Planning Institute of Jamaica, the PIOJ, at this year's staging of the National Health Research Conference. The conference seeks to bring to the fore the conversations that need to be had around the various health and wellness challenges impacting the country, while seeking to find tangible long-term policy solutions for these issues. The theme for this year's conference, Combating Non-Communicable Diseases, Looking to a Healthier Future, attests to the recognition that non-communicable diseases, NCDs, represent a global and national burden. In 2018, NCDs account for a significant portion of all deaths recorded in Jamaica, and evidence suggests that hypertension, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and cancers are the four most diagnosed and treated conditions among the Jamaican population. This has led to the dedication of 15% of the health budget to combat this issue. Although morbidity and mortality from non-communicable diseases mainly occur in adulthood, exposure to the risk factors begin early in life. Many of the interventions to tackle the major risk factors for NCDs lie outside of the traditional health sector and require a multi-sectoral approach that includes a whole of government and whole of society response. NCDs constitute a major health challenge that have the potential to undermine the social and economic development of Jamaica. Urgent action is therefore required to mitigate their impact. In keeping with National Outcome 1 of Vision 2030 Jamaica, the National Development Plan, a healthy and stable population can only be achieved when quality health care is accessible to all and health services are provided in an efficient, responsive, and equitable way. The PIOJ supports the Ministry of Health and Wellness in its efforts to combat this threat through facilitating funding and technical assistance from our international development partners to implement the health system strengthening for the prevention and care management of non-communicable diseases program. This program is indicative of a new approach to public health and emphasizes resilience building and responsiveness to new and emerging health challenges. The intended outcome of the program is to improve the health status of the Jamaican population through the strengthening of policies for the prevention of NCDs, and that Jamaica's response to the NCD epidemic is robust and efficient. Beyond this, the PIOJ also continues to provide policy advice and technical expertise through its membership on the National Committee on NCDs and its technical subcommittees, where strategic input is provided on matters related to the prevention and control of NCDs in Jamaica. These mechanisms aid in strengthening the framework for reducing the burden of NCDs in Jamaica. The PIOJ congratulates the Ministry of Health and Wellness on hosting such an important annual research event, where knowledge is exchanged, ideas formulated, and partnerships forged to address issues related to the health and well-being of our nation. It is my hope that the information shared over the next few days will lead to the formulation of policies and programs that support and facilitate a healthier future for Jamaicans. I use this opportunity to remind us that as a nation, we have a duty to future generations and ourselves. Let us all work together and make a difference as we aim to make Jamaica the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henry, placing this conference in a critical part of Vision 2030. Can't achieve that without what we're doing here today. And thank you to all our presenters for bringing us those greetings. We're going to change the pace a bit this morning, and we're going to bring you some entertainment. Mr. Brandon Christie is the Geographic Information Systems Officer at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, but he's also a very talented performer. So, bringing us NC didn't, got it? NCD, right? Let's welcome Brandon Christie.
Hello, good morning.
A special good morning to our Minister of Health, Dr. Christopher Tufton, representatives from CMO, PAHO, CARPA, CDC, our branch head, Dr. Karen Webster-Kerr, and to our guests joining us online. Good morning, everyone, except NCDs. The piece being presented to you arrives with the aim to educate, highlight, rejuvenate, address the pressing matter of our nation being more health conscious in all areas of our well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, NC didn't. Have we truly forgotten our name? Out of many, but our blood is the same. Our lifestyles may not align, for our habits are what pave our days. A healthy life is definitely the aim. So why are we giving into mistakes that only medication can tame? Control and prevention is the name. How we initiate it is the game. Physical health is for the body, as mental health is plugged to the brain. NCDs aren't new to fame. They've taken a toll on everyone. Age could never stand in its way. So look within right now and tell me if you are living the healthy way. So why now the silence? Our kids don't need to grow up mindless. Expressing ourselves correctly, that's one way to reducing interpersonal violence. But we sit still while hypertension builds, avoiding accountability for the alcohol we spill. Maybe that's how you ponder to pay the bills, but a life with no balance is like pouring your life down a sink. Get up from your sulking, take a walk or do some gardening. Our land of food and water here is rich. Vision 2030, Jamaica, I know we can do it. Not just to hit a target, but to create a lifestyle that ensures better quality life. A lifestyle that ensures better quality life as well as Jamaica moving. For we need to correct the mind so the body will follow over time. How can we prevent this? How can we better this? So many questions we'll have to answer. But a stroke is no laughing matter. Diabetes, it will have you feeling improper. Uproot what we now know, accept that harmony is needed in order to grow. So gentle folks, do not only yourself a favor, but for the generations to come. For I see a Jamaica where NCD see our people and run. Thank you.
Do you see that, Jamaica, where NCD see our people and run? No, man. True. Answer me. You see that, Jamaica? I think so. You know, when Jamaica moves, NCD have to move out of the way, right? We're going to keep the entertainment going because right now I welcome singer-songwriter Sabre. Let's hear it for Sabre.
Good morning. You're broken down and tired of living life on a merry-go-round, and you can find the fighter, but I see it in you, so we gon' walk it out and move mountains. We gon' walk it out and move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. I'll rise up, high like the waves, I'll rise up, in spite of the ache, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you. When the silence isn't quiet and it feels like it's getting hard to breathe, and I know you feel like dying, but I promise we'll tear the world to its feet and move his feet and move mountains. And I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up, I'll rise unafraid, I'll rise up, and I'll do it 1,000 times again. For you, for you, for you. All we need is hope, and for that we have each other. Yes, for that we have each other. See, we will rise, we will rise, we will rise up. We'll rise up. I'll rise up, I'll rise like the day, I'll rise up. In spite of the ache, I will rise and I'll do it 1,000 times again. See, we'll rise up, high like the waves, we'll rise up. In spite of the ache, we'll rise and we'll do it 1,000 times again. For you and you, for you. Thank you.
Can you help me to say, wow? That was absolutely beautiful. Can you give her another round of applause to me, please? I rise up. That's important. You know, when you're going into battle, it's important to know who you have as your general, you know. Yes, you need someone that's going to think creatively, out of the box, not be afraid to take risks, who embraces innovation and looks at ways, different ways, that we can win this fight. And so, I call him Mr. Moves, but he is the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness. To deliver the feature address, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. the Honorable Christopher Tufton.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for that lovely rendition. There's a time in our lives when we all need to rise up, right? And I think research supports that. All right, so I think the main presentations have already been done because our distinguished partners and the CMO acting have really presented a case for research. So I want to take the opportunity to thank them, Mr. Ian Stein, Dr. Dokubo from the CDC, Dr. St. John from CARFA, Wayne Henry from the Planning Institute, and of course to the ministry's team led by the acting CMO, our chief epidemiologist. And to you all who are here and those who are online, good morning to you. Good morning to you. We have coffee in the back for those who want to sleep, okay? All right, so today is my constituency day, but I wanted to be here. I'm going to speak and run. And I wanted to be here because I am a student of research. I am a policy maker grounded in research. I live my life not just on anecdotes, but on what the data suggests. Because I do believe that ultimately, the truth is going to be borne out as opposed to fantasy by what the methodology and the research supports. And in public health, we are dealing with lives. And so it is even that more important for us to recognize the importance of research and to place time and effort in doing so. The context is set, I think, for the next 3 days based on the speeches that I've heard. We all know about NCDs. We know these are lifestyle ailments. We know they claim most of us eventually. We know that there is significant cost, pain, and suffering associated with these lifestyle-related diseases. And we know what we need to do if we want to reduce and indeed prevent these kinds of ailments, certainly in terms of premature illness. Sorry. The big challenge is, why are we not doing it? Have you ever thought about that? Everybody knows that if they smoke, it will ultimately kill them. I don't think there's one smoker who is unaware of that. And we all know in this room that if we drink too much alcohol, there is an ultimate result, or too much salt, too much sugar, too much fat. It combines will end up placing us in a state of paralysis and certainly facilitate our demise, and that we will eventually end up in a hospital. So the theme about combating non-communicable diseases, looking to a healthier future, has grounded in it the need for change. Change at several levels. Change ultimately in the lifestyle of the people that we are here to provide leadership for, but change perhaps also in the approach that we take in how we conduct research, the kind of research that we do, and what happens after the research is concluded. And I am not going to repeat what was already said, because I think it is sufficient. And indeed, I think to some extent we are preaching to the choir here. But I want to just mention a few things that I think are going to be important and encourage you as you embark on defining your research agenda, you give some consideration to the change that needs to take place. Not just the quality of the research or the fact that the research is done, but how is the research used as an instrument of change? Because that really is our significant challenge as a people, as a country, and indeed I dare say as a world. So firstly, I think we have to make sure that we have applied research. If the research is only going to win the top awards from academic journals and academic committee review, peer review, and find no place in the day-to-day living of our people where it has a positive impact on change, then you have to start asking yourself, is it really worth it? Yes, you may get the accolades from it, but how much impact does it have on the ground in the community? How does it change the lifestyle of an individual? How does it change the habits, the health-seeking habits of our young people in schools around nutrition policy? How does it influence them desiring water as opposed to sugary drink? Or the man or lady who must get a annual checkup but just don't do it until they're sick? How does that influence and impact the research that is? So the application of the research must be a fundamental part of your research design. And to the extent that it can be applied in terms of the recommendations, of course supported by the soundness of methodology, is the extent to which that research is far more valuable around this future healthier living that we have captured as part of the theme. The second is the behavioral component of the research. I know I sound like a stock record, but I've said, and I keep saying, and maybe some may think I'm biased because I'm a social scientist, I'm not a medical scientist, a clinician, that public health is going to be driven in the future more by the social sciences than by the clinical science. Because fortunately for us, we have exhausted to a large extent the clinical determination of what different health profile will result in. How we acquire, how we carry, and how we try to cure. I mean, the technology continues to evolve clearly, but we are far more advanced in that area than we are in trying to influence behavior, which when you think about it, is really the root cause of why we have those clinical challenges in the first place. Simply put, it's really about prevention, and more so about prevention than it is about cure. And all the parameters support that. If you look at the cost around our health profile, the escalating cost, some of it was mentioned here earlier, you'll realize that we will never have enough to support curative measures. We must always strive to. We have a principle of universal access, but we have to deal with the behavioral side. I would like to see a lot more cross-cutting research that combines behavioral sciences with clinical sciences. And to me, that would represent new and interesting sort of forward-thinking approach to the crisis we face in our NCD's profile today. So again, the issues of around community-based work, the trends in getting people to visit their health centers. How do you deal with the mind and the mindset, mental health, and how you deal with coping mechanisms? All of those, to me, are going to be important. The third is to be bold in your research. They say if you do a PhD, you have to add to the body of knowledge to qualify as a doctoral student. Is that what they say? That's what they told me when I was studying. I don't know if I did any such thing, but that's what they told me, right? My committee. And that's important. But I dare say that the research that we must pursue is more about if we are to turn the corner on the NCD crisis, which seems to be getting worse despite our valiant efforts, we're going to have to shake up the status quo and challenge some of the traditional thinking and some of the traditional approaches to the work that we do. That's really the essence of research, but oftentimes we are timid in making bold statements. I am a magnet for controversy because I make statements that many times I'm challenged on. But I think one of the things it does, it helps people to think, even if they're against my position, it stimulates discussion and debate, and out of that hopefully will come even a more innovative idea. Researchers must seek to be innovative, and you can't be innovative if that innovation doesn't challenge current positions. It's difficult. Otherwise, you become just part of the status quo. And so, we have been struggling, for example, with the role that private sector partners and partners generally play in advancing public health. We've been championing things like front of package labeling. We've been challenging the elimination of industrialized trans fatty acids. We've been championing the role of advanced nursing practitioners at the community level. We've been looking at how to influence men to see it as their duty to screen for prostate cancer, for example, because they're afraid of that kind of thing. These may seem like just regular run-of-the-mill challenges, but the fact is our appeal has been very difficult in generating responses to date. And the question is, how do we stimulate using some of the methodology that we have, some new ideas, to get that kind of response that ultimately will improve our support.
We were given a mandate to provide oversight of the redevelopment of the Conrad Regional Hospital. The oversight committee visited the site and inspected the building, and we all concluded that it was a worthwhile building to renovate. To construct a new building would cost 10 times as much of what we are spending to do the renovation.
The hospital is a 450-bed facility. It was pretty much full and has been consistently so. And the options to close would mean having nowhere to put persons. People would literally die if we close the hospital.
This project is approximately $3.5 billion. The first phase was to fix the roof, fix the structural problems. The second phase was to the demolition of the building. That is to remove all the internals, because a lot of them are identified to be mold infested. And then the third phase would have been the rehabilitation of the building.
We have not compromised on one service, one era of service that we are doing before the hospital was closed. We would have removed and built a standalone building to accommodate our CT machines, our X-ray machines, and so on. We would have expanded our accident and emergency unit, constructed intensive care units to be used for COVID, converted living spaces into wards, constructed 3 additional operating theaters, expanded even our dialysis area. When it is completed, we'll have a brand new hospital, a brand new building, brand new facilities, modern facilities, because it is totally being redesigned.
The collapse of the Cornwall Regional Hospital posed a challenge to public health that I don't think we have seen post-independence. We engaged in a technical assessment to determine the value of what existed despite the challenges that were there, and it was determined that the building was sound. What we needed to do was to correct the air quality issues at the institution. You had to continue to use the building even with the challenges that you faced and the risks that were involved in that process of air quality issues, while transitioning and creating additional infrastructure around that main building to continue the services that were essential to saving lives. I'm hoping over the next year or so, we will make substantial enough progress to see a gradual return to normality of the main building. Cornwall will one day become the best hospital in the West and probably one of the best in the Caribbean based on the work that is being done now.
This project is approximately $3.5 billion. The first phase was to fix the roof, fix the structural problems. The second phase was to the demolition of the building. That is to remove all the internals, because a lot of them are identified to be mold infested. And then the third phase would have been the rehabilitation of the building.
I'm hoping over the next year or so, we will make substantial enough progress to see a gradual return to normality of the main building. I will be elated, not just for me or for the ministry, but for the people who use the facility. Doctors and the nurses who have put up with all the challenges over time, the patients who use the facility, who have understood the nature of the inconveniences and why this is the case.
What will that moment of seeing that project to completion and walking into a new building feel like for you?
Well, you know, for me, it is likely to be, it will be a very fulfilling moment, without a doubt. I'll be extremely satisfied. It could be an emotional moment because we have seen the lows, we have seen the disappointments, we have seen the frustration, and to see now the success of a fully restored building will create joy and maybe even tears for some people. And for me personally, I will be elated, not just for me or for the ministry, but for the people who use the facility. Doctors and the nurses who have put up with all the challenges over time, the patients who use the facility, who have understood the nature of the inconveniences and why this is the case. You know, I look forward to that day, and I will celebrate on behalf of all who will benefit from the restoration, and indeed take those lessons. In fact, I've asked for a case write-up of the Cornwall experience, because I think the lessons to be learned should be transmitted to all across the public health system to avoid any other institution from having the same fate. So in a sense, Cornwall Regional Hospital should be a teaching moment for us. And that's one of the major objectives that I would have in terms of moving the process forward.
Hello, Jamaica. I'm Dion Jax-Miller. It's unbelievable to me whenever I buck up somebody who is still asking if COVID-19 is real. Because my doctor died of COVID-19. I had COVID recently, and it was a severe case. Most of my lungs were affected. I am so grateful to be alive. Take COVID seriously, guys. Some people won't be affected, that's true, but others may have long-term effects, and some people will die. Let's do all we can to protect ourselves and to protect others.
A message endorsed by the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Severe pains, shortness of breath, worsening with fever, lack of appetite, extreme weakness, and overall grazing beside death's door. This was my experience with COVID-19. Hi, I'm John, and I'm so thankful that I survived COVID-19. As an asthmatic person who lives alone, I know that COVID could have claimed my life. Listen, don't drop your guard with COVID-19. It only takes a second for you to catch a virus. Initially, I thought I had the flu until things got worse. Don't leave your mask, wash your hands as often as you can, and always keep a physical distance from others. And I want to tell every Jamaican to choose a vaccine before COVID chooses you.
A message endorsed by the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Cornwall Regional Hospital was built in 1974. It was a gift of the Canadian government. They did all the technical work and provided the resources to build the facility.
Over the years, clearly, there was poor maintenance of the building. But also, the building was modified by non-experts. People were constructing offices in the corridor. What that does is to interfere with the airflow and the ventilation. There was water seeping through the roof, it was leaking, but also seeping through the walls, and there were the plumbing fixtures and so on.
As long as you have moisture building up in concrete, in wood, and so on, you're going to have some conditions that are suitable for the growth of mold. To be able to find out the extent of that problem, basically the entire building had to be gutted.
The collapse of the Cornwall Regional Hospital posed a challenge to public health that I don't think we have seen post-independence.
Closing this hospital would not be an option. It would be like closing KPH.
The hospital is a 450-bed facility. It was pretty much full and has been consistently so. The options to close would mean having nowhere to put persons. People would literally die if we close the hospital.
In 2017, when it was deemed that staff were primarily affected by the air quality issues, we realized that we had to relocate on a phase basis and not en bloc.
We are not on the main building, we are all across the campus. We are down the road, we are over West Jamaica Conference, and we are up at Falmouth. Movement on the campus mean you have to serve inpatient, mean you have to move up to Falmouth, you have to move down to Barnet Clinic, you have to move across the campus. And sometimes it is very hot, sometimes it's raining.
We have not compromised on one service, one era of service that we are doing before the hospital was closed. We would have removed and built a standalone building to accommodate our CT machines, our X-ray machines, and so on. We would have expanded our accident and emergency unit, constructed intensive care units to be used for COVID, converted living spaces into wards, constructed 3 additional operating theaters, expanded even our dialysis area.
This project is approximately $3.5 billion. The first phase was to fix the roof, fix the structural problems. The second phase was to the demolition of the building. That is to remove all the internals, because a lot of them were identified to be mold infested. And then the third phase would have been the rehabilitation of the building.
It was a worthwhile building to renovate. To construct a new building would cost 10 times as much. And when they're renovating a building, you get many surprises. And that is what has been happening at Cornwall Regional. So you demolish a wall in order to find problems which were not planned for.
We understood that there are delays. We knew that persons were disgruntled. Some persons, of course, left. But some of us decided that we're going to have to stick through this and get through it.
When it is completed, we'll have a brand new hospital, a brand new building, brand new facilities, modern facilities, because it is totally being redesigned.
What I can assure members of the public is that we are doing all that is necessary in terms of identifying what are required, bit of resources, bit of management system and so on. And certainly these will be incorporated in our budget in going forward.
We're building the capacity from now. We're looking to get all the expertise we need, that going forward, once the hospital is built, the whole issue of maintenance will not go back to where it was.
What will that moment of seeing that project to completion and walking into a new building feel like for you?
I will be elated, not just for me or for the ministry, but for the people who use the facility. Doctors and the nurses who have put up with all the challenges over time, the patients who use the facility, who have understood the nature of the inconveniences and why this is the case. You know, I look forward to that day, and I will celebrate on behalf of all who will benefit from the restoration and indeed take those lessons, because I think the lessons to be learned should be transmitted to all across the public health system to avoid any other institution from having the same fate. So in a sense, Cornwall Regional Hospital should be a teaching moment for us. And that's one of the major objectives that I would have in terms of moving the process forward. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to congratulate the Rotary Club of Downtown Kingston for hosting this webinar on World Diabetes Day. As we turn the spotlight on diabetes this November, we must acknowledge the scale of the problem of NCDs and redouble our efforts to solve it, drawing on all our resources, including our nurses who are essential not only as healthcare providers, but also as professionals to whom we can rely for the promotion of self-care management among patients. Our nurses also play a role in helping to safeguard the mental health of their diabetic patients, from identifying emergent psychosocial to making the appropriate interventions to support their patients. This year's theme for World Diabetes Day, Diabetes Nurses Make a Difference, therefore is most appropriate. And in a year designated as the Year of the Nurse, this World Diabetes Day, we encourage stakeholders, from persons living with diabetes to their family and friends and others involved in their care management, to join our nurses in the effort to ensure the best possible health outcomes for persons with diabetes and to, as far as possible, engage in behaviors to reduce the incidence of diabetes and other NCDs. Those behaviors include increased physical activity, a healthy diet, routine health checks, and strict medication adherence. All the best, and thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Shin Young-soo. I'm Regional Director for the Western Pacific World Health Organization. Today, on the World Health Day, I would like to ask you, how safe is your food? Does your country's food safety system protect you and your loved ones? Does it follow international best practice?
Harmful bacteria, viruses, parasites, and chemicals can contaminate food. Every year, millions of people in Asia and the Pacific are affected by diseases that are caused by unsafe food. Unsafe food causes more than 200 diseases, including acute diarrhea, cancer, kidney failure, brain disorders, and chronic malnutrition. Diarrhea is the most common symptom of food and waterborne illnesses, causing some 2 million deaths a year. The risk of unsafe food crossing borders is greater than ever. Trade in food and livestock products in Asia has increased threefold in the past 20 years. Contaminated food can transport disease halfway around the world in a few days. Food safety is a shared responsibility. Countries must work together to prevent foodborne disease outbreaks. Because food safety assurance is only as strong as the weakest link in the food chain. Food safety incidents also have economic consequences. Millions of dollars are lost every year due to food contamination. Consumers lose confidence in the food and stop buying it. Businesses close, people lose their jobs, and exports decline. Food safety must be a priority, from farm to plate. Governments must take responsibility and ensure that all foods comply with minimal food safety and quality requirements. Otherwise, the health and economic consequences may be serious. WHO helps member states build capacity to prevent, detect, and respond to foodborne disease outbreaks. This includes building national core capacities as required under the international health regulations and facilitating rapid exchange of information through the International Food Safety Authorities Network, managed by FAO and WHO. Make safe, healthy food a priority. Take responsibility to ensure food safety. This will help your country maintain good health and achieve economic prosperity.
Hello, I'm Dr. Shin Young-soo, and Regional Director for the Western Pacific World Health Organization. Today, on the World Health Day, I would like to ask you, how safe is your food? Does your country's food safety system protect you and your loved ones? Does it follow international best practice?
Harmful bacteria, viruses, parasites, and chemicals can contaminate food. Every year, millions of people in Asia and the Pacific are affected by diseases that are caused by unsafe food. Unsafe food causes more than 200 diseases, including acute diarrhea, cancer, kidney failure, brain disorders, and chronic malnutrition. Diarrhea is the most common symptom of food and waterborne illnesses, causing some 2 million deaths a year. The risk of unsafe food crossing borders is greater than ever. Trade in food and livestock products in Asia has increased threefold in the past 20 years. Contaminated food can transport disease halfway around the world in a few days. Food safety is a shared responsibility. Countries must work together to prevent foodborne disease outbreaks. Because food safety assurance is only as strong as the weakest link in the food chain. Food safety incidents also have economic consequences. Millions of dollars are lost every year due to food contamination. Consumers lose confidence in the food and stop buying it. Businesses close, people lose their jobs, and exports decline. Food safety must be a priority, from farm to plate. Governments must take responsibility and ensure that all foods comply with minimal food safety and quality requirements. Otherwise, the health and economic consequences may be serious. WHO helps member states build capacity to prevent, detect, and respond to foodborne disease outbreaks. This includes building national core capacities as required under the international health regulations and facilitating rapid exchange of information through the International Food Safety Authorities Network, managed by FAO and WHO. Make safe, healthy food a priority. Take responsibility to ensure food safety. This will help your country maintain good health and achieve economic prosperity.
I was first diagnosed with cervical cancer at age 33. The treatment was not pretty. It was terrible. I couldn't go to work, and I spent the whole 5 years out of work. The pain, the struggle, I removed my womb. I thought, I'm finished with cancer. 2016, cancer come back. There's hope for your daughter. My experience don't have to be her experience. So mothers, give their children the vaccine. It will be good for your sake and for the children's sake.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health.
I want to see a Jamaica that is cervical cancer free. Cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer in women in our nation, and I want this to stop. The HPV vaccine has been proven to be the most effective method to prevent cervical cancer. It is a safe vaccine, and it is best to give the vaccine to young girls before they've even been exposed to the HPV virus. So parents, I want to encourage you to let your daughters get the HPV vaccine. Let us protect our next generation against cervical cancer.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health.
I love my children, and I will do anything to protect them. So that's why, as a mom and as a doctor, I made sure that my daughter got the HPV vaccine to protect her from cervical cancer later in life when she becomes a woman. The HPV vaccine is very safe and effective.
I was afraid of the injection at first, but I got it and it really wasn't that bad after all.
If there was something you could do to protect your child, wouldn't you do it? Protect our next generation. Ensure that your daughter gets the HPV vaccine today.
Don't wait. Vaccinate against cervical cancer. A message from the Ministry of Health.
What happened, Aiden? My mama told me I need to come off the tablets. Yes, you should. We need physical activity. Well, that's what the adults say. Adults, I tell you. Seriously though, with physical activity, we will get better grades, better heart health, and improve the bone health. Oh, I heard it will improve memory and overall mood. Yes, it will maintain our weight and lowers the risk for the pressure. Do you know what will lower your self-depression? What?
During this time, with online schooling, we are sitting for too long. The problem with sitting for too long is that it leads to soreness, aches, and pains throughout our body.
We're gonna get funky, 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 funky. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. All right, now, we're gonna do the basic step. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha, real smooth. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha now, y'all. Now it's time to get funky. To the right now. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross. Cha-cha, real smooth. Let's go to work. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 2 hops this time. 2 hops this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Hands on your knees, hands on your knees. Get funky with it. Oh, yeah. Come on. Cha-cha now, y'all. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 5 hops this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Right foot again.
reduce your risk of viral illnesses like the flu and coronavirus. Wash your hands frequently with soap and water. Cover your nose and mouth when coughing with a tissue and dispose of it. Avoid close contact with anyone with the cold or flu-like symptoms. If you think you've been exposed to COVID-19, stay home. Self-isolate immediately and call 888-1-LOVE. That's 888-663-5683. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Provision of services to public patients living with diabetes and hypertension through the engagement of private general practitioners is a welcomed initiative, and the Western Regional Health Authority stands firm in its commitment to healthy families living in healthy communities. This value-added service will increase and improve access to care for persons living with diabetes and hypertension.
We have partnered with the Association of General Practitioners of Jamaica as well as the Ministry of Health and Wellness to engage in a public-private partnership to provide access or to provide care for individuals with diabetes and hypertension in this post-COVID era. What it means is that you can go to a private doctor to have your care and be provided with the same level of care as you would receive if it is that you actually went to a public health center or public health facility.
SARA is the largest of the 4 regional health authorities with responsibility for providing health care to almost half the Jamaican population. And as such, we are endorsing the private-public partnership initiative of the Ministry of Health and Wellness regarding non-communicable diseases.
The Northeast Regional Health Authority fully endorses the public-private partnership between the Ministry of Health and Wellness and private physicians as we address patient care in the health system. All our diabetic and hypertensive patients will have the opportunity to be treated through private physicians as we move to enhance patient care while we go through this COVID-19 pandemic.
The Southern Regional Health Authority endorses the public-private partnership between the Ministry of Health and Wellness and private practitioners. At this time, as we respond to the COVID pandemic, it's important that the health of the region is maintained, and so chronic disease patients continue to attend clinic and to maintain their health. While this is happening, it's important that we appropriately respond to the pandemic at this time. So with this partnership, it will allow us to meet our mandates to ensure that at the end of the pandemic, we will have appropriately responded and our persons are able to maintain and be the best version of themselves.
Come pre this you, don't pre that, let me tell you about the body and some physical facts. Come pre this you, don't pre that, let me tell you about the body and some physical facts. Physical activity defined as bodily movement. You know it beneficial to every student. Chin up, push up, jogging, sit up, feeling lazy, better get up. Physical activity help your mood and memory, make you remember anything, cause it boosts dopamine and serotonin. Target attention, focus, regulate moods. Come learn something, your man, listen young youth. Physical activity, healthier weight, go and exercise, students hold the faith. The more you do, the more calorie your body use. Calorie deficit, calorie get reduced. Exercise build your bone and make it more dense. A facts we attack, ladies and gents, physical activity is of the essence. Needed like full stop in any sentence. Come free this you, don't free that, let me tell you about the body and some physical facts. Come free this you, don't free that, let me tell you about the body and some physical facts.
During this time, with online schooling, we are sitting for too long. The problem with sitting for too long is that it leads to soreness, aches, and pains throughout our body.
One, two, three, two more. 1, 2. Adults to 30 minutes activity daily. Love your body, treat your body right. Vegetables, make sure you eat plenty. Children do 60 minutes activity daily. Drink some water when you feel thirsty. Cut down dessert and have a smoothie. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up. Make sure you know your health status. Go a doctor and get a regular checkup. Chronic disease can slowly creep up. We can lower the risk and live up if we just eat right and get moving. Jumping, running, dancing or skipping. Change the children, them lazy habit. Make them play out the door and put down the tablet. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. After 2, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. After 2, make me hear you say I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. I love me. 1, 2. Jamaicans, love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Jamaica get moving. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. One more time now. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Just eat right. Love your body, treat your body right. Love your body, treat your body right. Listen up. Love your body, treat your body. Love your body, treat your body.
If you are 60 or older, like me, and have underlying health conditions such as high blood pressure and diabetes, you are at a greater risk for severe illness or death from COVID-19.
After more than a year of being under COVID restrictions, it is also time to do what is necessary to get back to life. That's why senior citizens have been prioritized for vaccination.
The vaccine is safe and effective. I have taken it and I'm feeling just fine.
I've also taken the vaccine and I feel so much more at ease.
Get vaccinated and get back to life.
This is an important message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Vaccine 60. Let's go. All approved COVID-19 vaccines are effective against COVID-19 and all known COVID-19 variants. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine requires 1 dose. The Moderna, Pfizer, and AstraZeneca vaccines require 2 doses. You are considered fully vaccinated 14 days after receiving the required number of doses. Don't mix and match 2-dose vaccines. Get the same vaccine for both doses. Vaccines help to prevent hospitalization and death associated with COVID-19. Common vaccine side effects are usually mild and usually resolve in a few days. After getting vaccinated, it's still important to wear a mask, wash hands or sanitize regularly, and maintain physical distance. The quicker we all get vaccinated, the sooner we can all get back to life. Let's strike gold like our Olympians, Jamaica. That was a message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
If you know one pop down and fenke, you fi burn mosquito and run with dengue. So no make water settle in open container. For them to read up under the danger. Usher them out, run them away. Slap them with the zapper and down them with spray. Use mosquito net and mosquito screen. Protect your household, now make them come in. If you know one pop down and fenke, you fi burn mosquito and run with dengue.
A message from the Ministry of Health.
Good ganja sense, learn more your ganja, just be smart with it. Good ganja sense, good ganja sense. We have many uses for the cannabis. Knowledge is power, youths we need that. Ganja smoking and no picnic thing that. Commercial ganja you farm then you reap. Entrepreneurs and scientists see. Good ganja sense, learn more the ganja, just be smart with it.
Brought to you by the National Council on Drug Abuse, an agency of the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Vaccines are a type of medicine that stimulates a person's immune system to produce immunity against a specific disease, protecting the person from the disease. When vaccinated, your immune system is able to recognize the invading germ, such as a virus or bacteria. It also produces antibodies that fight and destroy the germ before you become unwell. Vaccines continue to be the most successful public health intervention in saving millions of lives every year. That is why it is essential to take the COVID-19 vaccine so that you can limit the risk of being hospitalized or even worse, losing your life to COVID-19. Welcome back to the second dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. It's now time to complete the process to becoming fully vaccinated. When both doses are administered, the vaccine is more than 82% effective at preventing COVID-19 infection. However, you are not fully protected until 10 to 14 days after receiving the second dose of the vaccine. Remember, the injection is given in the muscle of the upper arm. As part of the vaccination process, you will be observed for about 15 minutes, just so a healthcare provider can monitor you for signs of an allergic reaction. Let's talk VaxFacts.
Will I experience side effects from the second dose?
Side effects are more common and may be more pronounced after the second dose of the vaccine. The most common side effects include a sore arm, fatigue, feeling tired, headache, aches, and fever. Severe side effects are rare and treatable.
What are the possible side effects from the COVID-19 vaccine?
Side effects are normal and a sign that your body is building protection against a specific disease. The side effects experienced are usually mild to moderate and may last up to 72 hours. Common side effects may include swelling, tenderness, pain, warmth, itching, or bruising where the injection is given, tiredness or generally feeling unwell, chills or feeling feverish, headache, feeling sick or nauseous, joint pain or muscle ache, vomiting or diarrhea. Less common side effects include sleepiness or feeling dizzy, decreased appetite, enlarged lymph nodes, or excessive sweating, itchy skin, or rash. Seek medical attention immediately if after 72 hours of getting the vaccine, you feel faint or lightheaded, there are changes in your heartbeat, you develop shortness of breath, or you begin to wheeze, there is swelling of your lips, face, or throat, you have hives or rash, there's prolonged vomiting or diarrhea, or if you develop stomach pain.
What do the side effects mean?
If you get side effects, they're a good sign. They indicate that the vaccine is working by triggering the immune system. When you get the first shot, your immune system recognizes something as being foreign. The immune system automatically launches a small-scale attack against it. This process teaches your immune cells to recognize and respond to an invader. That's why you might experience some side effects. When you get the second shot, your immune system launches that attack again. But this time, there are more immune cells ready and waiting to launch a much bigger assault. That's why you may feel more side effects after the second dose, but they will disappear after a day or two. Think of it this way. The body's response to the vaccine is like a training mission for the real fight. Once you're fully vaccinated, if you were infected by the virus causing COVID-19, your immune system would be ready to launch an even larger and more powerful attack to protect you. If you don't experience any side effects from either the first or second dose, that doesn't mean that the vaccine didn't work. In the vaccine clinical trials, more than half of people didn't experience any side effects, but we still know that the vaccine was effective in those people.
Is it possible to get COVID-19 even after the second dose?
The chances of getting sick after vaccination are minimal. Studies show even if you develop COVID-19 after being vaccinated, you are unlikely to get severely ill. Flu vaccines are less effective than the COVID vaccines, but they can protect you from more severe flu illness and hospitalization. The COVID-19 vaccines are even more powerful. The efficacy of the vaccines in the prevention of severe COVID-19 is almost 100%.
After taking the vaccine, it is still important to wear your mask. Always ensure that your mask is covering your nose and mouth. Maintain physical distance. Wash your hands with soap and water frequently. If you're not able to wash your hands, always use a hand sanitizer. For more information about the COVID-19 vaccine, visit www.moh.gov.jm or contact 888-1LOVE. That's 888-663-5683. Follow us on social media at the MOHWGOVJM. Hashtag Get Vaccinated. Hashtag Get Back to Life.
You have to mash up some spraying idea.
Yeah, I go spray them corn there.
So, are the three wearing your protective gear?
Why the sun too hot for suit up here, man?
So you read the label before you start. Wear protective gears. Your goggles, your respirator, your gloves, and a coverall. At least you did have on a cap. Mix only what you need for the day. Use only on the crops listed, and if some chemical left over, make sure you store it in the original container.
For more information, call the Pesticides Control Authority at 754-9306.
the second teen hub in Jamaica.
Become the hero on the scene by taking the COVID vaccine. Get vaccinated as soon as you get all the facts. Don't listen to the rumors. This vaccine might just make it possible for teachers to sit face to face with schoolers. This vaccine make it safer for everybody, from the young to the elderly. Don't you want to go back to living normally when things were more orderly? And if you want to live a long good life, then we all have to do what's right. So let's get vaccinated along with the heroes on the front line.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Our loved ones mean so much to us now more than ever, and their safety, especially during this season, should be our top priority. Do all you can to support them mentally, physically, and emotionally. Christmas is not cancelled, but COVID-19 is still here. Enjoy your holidays, shop safe, get vaccinated, wear your mask, keep your distance, and sanitize always. This was an important message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
The sun now raising up, and the crowd now waking up. The atmosphere have vibes, and nothing can break it up. The girl never wind non-stop. We had the drinks them in a my cup. We gonna party all night, all night. 24 parties we hit in a row. Tonight at the very last show, before we are out on the road. The girl never release the load. So let me see your hands up, so everybody know, put your hands up, so if you're ready for the road, let your friend them know. We're ready for the road. We're ready for the road. So we're ready, yeah, we're ready, we're ready. liking. Just now. Huh. Take a chip, take a chip, take a chip, take a chip now. Hey, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, wow. We are the sound of 100,000 coming on the road. We are the vibration that you feel when the music loads. We are the mud and the oil and we come the dirty of the clothes. I made the girl them wine and strike the electric pose. Hey, take a chip, take a chip, take a chip, take a chip now. Hey, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it now. Hey, take a sip, take a sip, take a sip, take a sip now. Wine and go dip, and go dip, and go dip, and go dip now. Hey, I swear we are the sound them selectors play every day, making you sway. And when the girl them telele and shadow dingole, I hear the soul God say,
Amongst us, in our homes and close to the food we eat, live some mysterious, tiny, yet extremely energetic creatures. Much smaller. These are microorganisms, extremely small living beings. There are 3 different types of microorganisms. The good ones help to produce foods and drinks such as cheese and yogurt, fermented meat, and fermented vegetables. Some other microorganisms are annoying. These are the bad ones. They are responsible for the foul smell, bad taste, and repulsive look of rotting food. But they normally don't cause diseases. But it's the other kinds of microorganisms that we really need to be afraid of. They don't cause food to smell bad, and they don't change the way it looks. They are the dangerous ones, and it's necessary to be very careful with them. These are known as pathogenic microorganisms, and they can cause severe illnesses, such as stomach pains, vomiting, diarrhea, fever, and even death. They're deceitful, invisible, and dangerous. These tiny beings are very, very prolific. To increase in number, they need food, water, time, and warmth. They can multiply very quickly. Fortunately, no matter how strong and frightening these microorganisms are, they are preventable and vulnerable. It takes as little as 5 simple rules, 5 behavior keys to get rid of them. Protect yourself and your family from diseases in the home. The rules are easy to apply. These are your 5 keys to safer food. Keep clean to prevent contamination. Separate raw and cooked foods to avoid cross-contamination. Cook thoroughly to kill microorganisms. Keep food at safe temperatures, either hot or cold, to prevent bacterial growth. Use safe water and safe raw materials to avoid contamination. Food producers are the ones primarily responsible for the safety of the food you buy. But you can protect yourself and your family from diseases in the home by applying the 5 keys to safer food. Use them. You also have a role to play.
Giving blood saves life. So what brings me here is to donate blood to persons who really in need of blood.
Theme is Safe Blood Saves Lives. So we encourage people to come out, be a lifesaver.
We were given a mandate to provide oversight of the redevelopment of the Conrad Regional Hospital. The oversight committee visited the site and inspected the building, and we all concluded and it was a worthwhile building to renovate. To construct a new building would cost 10 times as much of what we are spending to do the renovation.
The hospital is a 450-bed facility. It was pretty much full and has been consistently so. And the options to close would mean having nowhere to put persons. People would literally die if we close the hospital.
This project is approximately $3.5 billion. The first phase was to fix the roof, fix the structural problems. The second phase was to the demolition of the building. That is to remove all the internals, because a lot of them are identified to be mold infested. And then the third phase would have been the rehabilitation of the building.
A very pleasant afternoon and good morning and good night for everyone who may be joining from different parts of the world. And for those of you who may not know what is happening right now, we are at the 13th annual conference of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica, bearing the theme, Combating Non-Communicable Diseases, Looking to a Healthier Future. Welcome to the very special panel, Feature Presentation 5, which is the last of the panels of the conference, entitled Innovation in Science and Medicine, the Business of Medicine. We have some very august presenters. They are Mrs. Georgia Crawford Williams, Dr. Johan White, and Dr. Maurice McNaughton. I am now going to introduce our first speaker, Mrs. Georgia Crawford Williams. She wears a number of very important hats, some of which are consultant sociologist, educator, published author, and entrepreneur. Her entity, which is called Lifesavers, is an innovative Jamaican startup specializing in the creation of health and detecting personal hygiene product. I'm encouraging you to be a part of her organization because it seemed interesting. The Lifesavers Wipes is a 1-year-old entity that received the prestigious Idea Achievement Award for Top Global Innovation this year. It was named by the Story Exchange as one of the 12 top brilliant businesses of 2022. Wow. Hearty congratulations. Put your hands together for her. This very important speaker is beautiful. She has brains. She is taken, which means she is a wife. She is also a mother of 3 lovely children. We welcome Mrs. Crawford Williams at this time.
Thank you so very, very, very much. And of course, to all my other panelists as well, I am most honored to be here with you today. So, a lot has been said about me. Today, though, I want to speak about the business of medicine. Now, my neighbor went blind. And, I am from a small community of Hagley Park Road, a little lane, really. And so when it was that my neighbor was going blind, everybody knew, and it impacted everybody because my neighbor was supposed to be in our better. In Jamaica, we say better must come. Well, for my neighbor, this was supposed to be our better. She had been a cleaner all her life, and she had worked really hard to send her children to school and get them past the worst. She was building her house, a nice board house where she find the right thing, and she's setting it up so she can comfortable. And so it was time for her better. And then she went blind. It was my mother who brought her to the doctor up by Fish. Everybody know Fish, yeah? And my mom said the doctor cried. The doctor cried because she had seen one too many of the same condition that she called preventable blindness. She said that as Jamaicans, we were ruining our lives just because we wouldn't look after ourselves. My neighbor, she was diabetic. And so she was blind because of an increase in her glucose levels that she never knew nothing about. And so one day she's leading her life normally, and then she find that the eyes get a little blurry, but I know nothing well, little Cersei couldn't probably fix, and that kind of thing. And then the next day she was blind. That got to me. That got to me because, as I said before, it was our time for better. We expect that after a while things settle down and your life starts sort out. And so I started to look for what could be out there that could make it easier for us to get the knowledge necessary to save our own lives. I thought there must be an easier way for us to know what's going on with our own bodies. And that's how I came up with Lifesavers. Lifesavers, we create personal hygiene products that detect health abnormalities in your urine. It will actually change color. Your wipe, your toilet paper, your diaper will change color if it detects abnormal glucose levels or if it detects urinary tract infection so that you can know that something is wrong. And, that started just a year and a half ago. And if it is one thing that my foray in the business of medicine has taught me, is that more and more of third world, developing, Caribbean, Jamaican people need to get involved. We need to get involved not just for the money, and there's a lot of money there. We're talking about a $1.5 trillion industry. It's not a monkey money, a whole heap of money there. But not just for the money, but also because we need to take strides to save our own lives. The $1.5 trillion that I've spoken about is controlled mainly by companies in Europe and companies in North America. And they have been making strides. But when it is that they create a product or they look at healthcare from the European model. They look at healthcare from a first world standpoint. And so many times when it is that it is our time to use it, we really don't benefit because it was not catering to us in the very first place. Take, for instance, diabetic monitoring. Now, you all have been here for the past 3 days, so you know that over 400 million people worldwide have diabetes. Yeah? You know as well that the majority of them don't monitor. Less than 20% of the world's diabetic population monitor. Even in first world countries like the United States, less than 30% monitor. And monitoring can save your life, or save your eyes, or save your limbs, but they just don't do it, yeah? And so now many persons have been pushing innovation. One such thing has been continuous glucose monitoring. And it was developed and it got lots of funding. And continuous glucose monitoring allows you to put a sensor under your skin, under your hand or on your belly, and it will actually transmit every 3 minutes what's happening with your glucose levels to your smartphone. Now, when it was that I saw it, the first thing I started thinking about is, who is it made for? Because apart from the fact that there are cultural hindrances, I can just imagine my mother or my auntie tell me, say, mark at the beast right away, because you have to go put it in your skin. Apart from the cultural hindrances, we must also speak to the fact that it costs $300 to $500 a month. We're talking about $6,000 a year. And so when it was that I saw it, and it has been pushed as the biggest thing and what we all ought to be using, I am asking, who is it being made for? Who are you targeting? Who do you care about? And the reality is that when it is that I go into entrepreneurship as a business person, I go from my standpoint with an understanding of my people. And so the Europeans and the Americans, when it is that they go in from their standpoint with an understanding of their people. And so I'm asking, who understands our people and who is going in from our standpoint? Who is trying to help us? And so it is time now for us to take the business of medicine very, very seriously. Yeah? Now, I'm not going to pretend as if I am naive. It is most expensive to get involved in the business of medicine. We started over a year ago, and we are funded by ourselves, and oh my God. I remember one time I paid $85,000 to clear some chemical, the chemical liquor salt. Every time I think about it, my head hurt me. I grew up very poor, so when it is that you start calculating, you calculate how much patty it could have buy. And I said, no man, look how much patty this could have buy. $80,000, it's small, so. And so for many countries in the Caribbean, Jamaica as well, we find that it is too expensive to try. But there's always a solution to every problem, yeah? And the solution for Jamaica is that we have to have a framework that is dedicated to the business of medicine. The sort of framework that can harness synergies. The sort of framework that says to the University of the West Indies and University of Technology, I can speak about the University of the West Indies. Them have a chemistry lab, them have physics lab, them have bio lab. In the summer, many of the labs are not being used, yeah? And so if it is that there are ideas out there that we need to test, why is it that we don't have the sort of framework that allows person to approach and for these labs to be used for the benefit of Jamaica and Jamaicans and the entrepreneurs? Why aren't the frameworks set up that if it is that you're going to actually be a part of innovation and experiments that customs know and you have a particular thing that you can actually try to import under? We need the sort of framework so that we can harness our synergies so we can at least get started. Now, I don't know if it is that we're going to get to the biggest of things, but at least we should be able to get to minimum viable products. Because once you get to minimum viable products, you can go out to the world, and the world is waiting. The world is waiting because man is man anywhere you are. And if we can help a man to live, everybody wants to be a part of it. But most of us don't start. And I tell you, not starting, really, the biggest issue is not the money. The biggest issue is the fact that we don't believe that we can do it. I will say to you that once I started, there were so many persons who asked me why I think I could do it. I am a sociologist. Yeah, I am not a chemist. I am not in medicine. So they kept asking why I think it could be done, including many doctors who I would have interviewed them. I said, so why you think? And I'm like, but what do you mean? I know we can do it because we are Jamaicans and a long time we are make blood out of stone. Long time. Yeah? And so if it is that we don't limit ourselves, and I tell you, I have a corporate training that I do and we talk about making blood out of stone. And one of the things that is taught is that the biggest limitation is the fact that you don't believe in what you have. You don't put no sort of importance on what you can already do. My sister, I tell you as an example, my eldest sister had a baby after she was 50. Them call them geriatric pregnancy. She get very upset when she hear them terms there. But she had been trying for a very long time and it just wouldn't happen. And she lives in Canada and she would have spent millions of Jamaican dollars trying to get it done. And one day she's on the train and she is just distraught. Very, very distraught. And it is a lady that looks at her face and asks her, what do you? And she hear the accent, so automatically she started talk to her because it's a Jamaican, I talk to a Jamaican. And plus she was so upset she needed to just speak. And when she told the lady said, but then, you come a foreigner, use foreign thing and Jamaica have the bush where you need. That's what she said. And so my sister, who was now desperate, she sent down to us, my mother at the time, and she said she need this bush and this bush and this bush. And my mother sent her market. Then she couldn't go herself. She have to send me some bigger who know a bush we go buy them. And we dry them and we FedEx them up to her. One big problem FedEx give away because a bush here send. But then my sister got pregnant. And after that, I was so excited that I started telling other persons. And there are at least 4 other persons that I know that have gotten pregnant from the same bush that we as Jamaicans know. One person, when she went to her doctor, her own doctor asked her if she drink up the bush, then what Jamaican people talk about. Now I'm asking the question, if it is that we know about it, why we not start research it? Now I don't expect a responsible doctor to prescribe it, but why is it that we not start research it? Why is it that we don't believe that what our grandmother say, our great-grandmother say, our mother say is something that is of value that we can at least try with? I tell my sister all the time that is going to be my next project. It's going to name fertility. Yeah? And we're going to make our money. Yes? I tell her all the time. But the reality is that we don't start getting engaged in the business of medicine because we don't believe that we can. And so as I depart, and as I leave here, when I think about what I want Lifesavers to achieve, yeah? I have big plans for Lifesavers. Right now, we just signed an amazing agreement with Fitessa. And Fitessa is the second largest global producer of non-wovens. That's the material that make wipes and diapers and, panty liners and maxi pads, all of that. They have, big manufacturing plants in 13 countries. They distribute to 150 countries. So we're excited. Them sell to Procter & Gamble and Medline and them big company. There's some feel good about it. I'm going to start planning my money in my head. I know who I'm going to get a thing and that sort of thing. Now, I don't know what's going to happen as a consequence. Next year is our big year. But even if it is that none of the plans come to fruition, I thought that I bind in the name of the Lord. Even if that is the case, I hope that my foray in the business of medicine will show to Jamaicans that yes, we can. That there is no limitations on what we can do. Because a long time we parents make blood out of stone. And if they can do it, you can do it too. I thank you.
Now you see why she won the 2021 IDA Achievement Award. Give her another clap. As she spoke, it reminded me of what the minister said on the day of our opening, that we need to make sure that our research becomes an instrument of change. And so there she did encourage us. It's also brought to mind when she talked about the scanning and the misinterpretation of persons, talking about mark of the beast. Listen, the world is changing. The business of medicine technology changing. And I remember the senior advisor to the president of the World Bank said, and I quote, "A single scanning device will offer metabolic, functional, and structural detail, combining the physics of spectroscopy, magnetic resonance, and radiation. This will mean you only need one scan and no biopsy." End of quote. Now, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, a gentleman whom I've seen from day one, and he has been presenting like, wow, Dr. Johan White. He is a medical epidemiologist in the National Surveillance Unit, National Epidemiology, Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica. His portfolio responsibilities in the National Surveillance Unit include HIV, tuberculosis, and sexually transmitted infections. Prior to joining the National Surveillance Unit, Dr. White has served in the capacity as consultant at the University of the West Indies. That's the hospital. He was also in the employ of the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research in Silver Spring, Maryland, United States of America, where he conducted HIV vaccines research. This avid scholar is the current president of the Jamaica Occupational Health and Safety Professional Association. And of course, we all can identify with the importance of occupational health and safety, given its significant contribution to productivity and the well-being of workers if optimum safety measures are practiced in the workplace. So I just want to say thank you, Dr. White, for the role that you play in not just identifying, but also helping to significantly reduce hazards in the workplace. Give him a bunununus round of applause.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that nice introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon? Oh, okay. So, can you hear me? Okay, great. I just want to share some practical advice based on my experience as an entrepreneur. And I hope that you'll be able to take something from it so that you can put and push your own ideas forward. There are simple things that I hope that you'll find beneficial. What is entrepreneurship? For me, entrepreneurship is using a skill to offer something of value to somebody, and then to do that at scale, right? It's usually something that you're uniquely positioned to solve for somebody else. So that thing that you like to do, if it's crocheting, if it's cooking, if it's creative art, whatever it is, if it's writing, you do it as a hobby. But a way I characterize it is a work that you cannot not do. So it's that thing that you get up, you think of every morning. It's the first thing you think of. Before you go to your bed at night, it's the last thing you think of, right? And you're wondering what that is for me, right? All right. Well, anybody who knows me knows that I'm a research person. And not only my colleagues in medical school, but as early as maybe primary school or before that, there was a bulb factory behind our house in Ocherias. I'm from Ochi. And they had all these bulbs that were shaped like apparatus that you could find in a laboratory. So it was like Dexter's lab for me. And it was right behind my house. So I'd go there and I'd get stuff and I'd take them back to my house and I'd crush bush, Cersei, anything, and I'd mix my own potions. I didn't drink them though. But that kept me entertained, right? And it kept me curious. So by a certain age, everybody knew I was going to be a scientist or be in research, right? And then in high school, I went to Windsor in St. Anne's Bay. We went on a church trip. Yes, church trip. And we came upon a river, and there was a part of it that would light up with flames if you threw a match there. And I would, of course, I went back. My second trip, I took a team from Discovery Bay Marine Laboratory with me, UWI on the North Coast. I called them up, and I must have sounded so excited that they put the professor, head of the lab, on the phone, and they decided to join us high school students to go to this river. and take samples and to do research. So I'm demonstrating to you that you probably, from hearing me speak, recognize that you've had a passion for something from very early in your lives, and you're still doing it, but I want you to focus on it more because I'm going to show you what it did for me. My interest in research would continue in medical school. You're in medical school, you have a full curriculum. The textbooks, you know how big they are. But I was still curious about things that were happening in society. And I took on 2 research projects, did some collaboration, and we were able to get 2 publications as a medical student, right? So I was deepening my interest and my passion and my skills in research and data gathering. So what happened is that more and more I would receive compliments from my peers about my research abilities or data analysis abilities. And I would get compliments from my mentors, of course, so that would encourage me to even deepen my interest in research and trying to do something and learn more in that field. And then, following the compliments, the requests started coming in. So when you're a medical student and you're not from a moneyed family, my father is a police officer and my mom is an educator, right? So we can barely make it. So you can imagine in medical school with those bills, etc. So to make a little money on the side, people would ask me to help with data entry, right? So you're not doing the work for them, but you do your survey, master's students, PhD students, sometimes junior faculty, etc. And they just don't have the time to enter 150 surveys. So of course, I said, all right, give me them. And my study partner in medical school, we split the work and we priced it. You have to pay me, I think it was what, $20 or $50 per survey form. We put a little bit more on it if it was a longer form, right? So I'm building up my business skills from very early, right? So the requests started coming in for data entry. And then after that, I think when I was junior faculty at UWI, or just entered as, they call it assistant lecturer, right? That's the most junior post. I still had some time to do data analysis for various persons. So sometimes it was non-governmental organizations, sometimes it was private entities, but they had questions and they needed some help with numbers. And I was familiar with certain research tools and software. And then started getting more requests from international organizations to assist with rapid baseline assessments around various questions about issues in society or dealing with key populations or social issues. And then more requests for full study design. So not just data entry now and not just data analysis, but I was designing the entire project and executing. So I want to demonstrate for you that there is something, some interest, some skill, something that you like to do that you've been doing. And I just want to encourage you to continue to hone it and to build on it. What that has done for me, it allowed me to form a company called Para-Caribe Consulting. So it's Para, P-A-R-A, it's kind of Spanish, it is Spanish, and Caribe is Caribbean, from the Caribbean. And we have been providing evidence-based workplace wellness solutions and occupational safety and health for private and public sector in Jamaica, right? So we're the go-to firm for workplace wellness, right? And in addition to that, we deliver upskilling courses. So anything to do with continuing education for professionals, not just medical professionals, but legal professionals, etc., and occupational safety and health professionals. I had to, in addition to the basic skills that I had, learn about running a business. So I looked for resources. I found the Branson Center, Branson Entrepreneurship Center. Lysandra Rickards was the first CEO there. And I had a mentor from Miami who mentored me through their mentorship program. I developed my public speaking skills through Toastmasters. You sound like a Toastmaster to me because your storytelling is really so engaging and it's very important to be able to communicate with this person. I benefited from Action Coach It's a business training resource. I joined the American College of Occupational and Environmental Medicine because my interest is workplace and applying evidence-based solutions to the workplace. I want to be the best and among the best. And then I joined the Jamaican comparable group, which is the Jamaica Occupational Health and Safety Professionals Association. 3 years later, they elected me their president, which I'm very humbled because the persons I went there and met were even more passionate than me about OSH, right? So I'm building up my skills, I'm building up my network, and I'm building up my business acumen. So in leaving, I just want to say to you, whatever that little passion is, keep it alive, right? Nurture it, and look out for resources that you can use to build yourself and get those basics right. Register your company. You must register your company, otherwise it's just a hobby. Registering your company opens certain benefits for you. I benefited from several vouchers from the Development Bank of Jamaica, and it helped me to develop a business plan, to train my staff. You can use it to build a website, an appropriate website, or a proper, good-looking website, but you can't access those things if you're not a properly registered company. Staffing, get that right. Accounting, get an accountant. So those important steps are really important. But start, nurture that passion that you have, and try to access those resources to build your work. I hope that was helpful. If you have questions, you can reach out to me, and I can try to help you in some way or form. Thank you for your attention.
Taking the research to the streets. I distinctly remember that when the Honorable Minister said it on the first day of the conference. Hearty congratulations again to Dr. White and Mrs. Crawford Williams on their presentation and the work that they are doing. You know, the theme of this, let me look back at it, the theme of this panel is Innovation in Science and Medicine, the Business of Medicine. The face of medicine and technology is changing very fast. And we heard two speakers who are keeping up with it. And you know, I was reading where it is said that injuries from accidents and risky work is going to become nil or next to nothing. Why? Because robots are doing the job. And also, there are driveless cars. So we have to be prepared. All right. So our next speaker is Dr. Maurice McNaughton. Now, he is the successful holder of the Doctor of Philosophy degree in Decision Sciences, earned at the Georgia State University. This scientist has over 25 years of experience in senior management and leadership in the socio-policy discipline of planning and direction of enterprise-level information technology within organizations. Dr. McNaughton is currently the director of the Center for Innovation at the Mona School of Business and Management at the University of the West Indies. His current research interest spans the domain of open big data, digital transformation, and digital capacity building. And you know, as I introduced Dr. McNaughton, it reminded me of France that's investing €2 billion into digital transformation and digital capacity building. And from that €2 billion, there was €7 billion for healthcare innovation by 2030 for its strategy. So, Dr. McNaughton, you are right on point. Dr. McNaughton also serves on several boards in the public and private sectors, and this includes being the chairman of the Steering Committee for National Information Systems for Health. Please give the man a big, big clap now. as we welcome him.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased, delighted to be here with you this afternoon for what I certainly think is an important series of discussions. And let me also greet my colleague panelists. Can I say Georgia? Because I want to talk a little bit about the kind of innovation that you referenced. So, thank you. I thank the Ministry of Health and Wellness for inviting me, and in particular my colleague Dr. Grant, who I hope has forgiven me for my delinquence. But it's good to be here with you all. If there's nothing else that we've learned, if nothing else that we take away from the adversity of the past 2 years, it is that healthcare is critically important and vitally impactful, not only to our personal health, but to our livelihoods, to our economy, to education, and indeed to our very way of life, so that there should be no illusion for any of us. And I imagine many of you are practitioners within the healthcare sector, but broadly speaking, there should be no illusion for any of us that this sector is critical. And so as we cautiously navigate our way out of the COVID-19 pandemic, I was speaking to Dr. Grant earlier, and she says, well, we're not post-pandemic yet, but I'd like to think that we're getting there. There has to be a newfound respect and appreciation for healthcare and a commitment to the kinds of investments in financial, human, and social capital to the sector. But if we are to realize the returns on those kinds of investments, then they have to be underpinned by a spirit of innovation and a will and commitment to innovation. And so my remarks and introductory remarks, I believe, have about 10 minutes. Will take the form of just some very brief comments on innovation, what it is. Very often we use innovation to loosely characterize anything that is novel, creative, high-tech, or inventive. None of those attributes are required or indeed are sufficient for innovation. So it is important that we put that in context. So I just have a few slides that I'll use here. Let me hope this works. Okay, if someone in tech can help with this. But let me give you a definition of innovation here. So innovation is the creation of better or more effective products, processes, or ideas that can affect markets, governments, or society in a significant way. So it's important to bear in mind that innovation doesn't have to be a product. You can innovate around a process. It can be an idea, but ultimately an innovation must have a significant impact. All right, so we're not talking about something that is incremental, but it is impactful. Is anyone going to fix this for me? Well, it must be impactful. So there are a lot of people walking around with great ideas. A great idea does not equal, thank you. A great idea does not equal an innovation. So there's a little bit of innovation logic here. Incidentally, we can also look at innovation as a capacity. Do we have the capacity to bring new ideas, new approaches to market? So there's a little bit of innovation logic. A great idea does not equal innovation. There are lots of people walking around with great ideas that never manage to bring them to market or to commercialize them. There are lots of great ideas that emerge up at the University of the West Indies, but we don't necessarily have a strong commercialization capacity to bring those to market. invention does not equal innovation. A lot of people who build something, create something, but again, if you can't bring that to market, if you can't commercialize it in a way that is impactful, then that does not equal innovation. A lot of times we talk about entrepreneurship, and we say Jamaica is a very entrepreneurial country. In fact, countries in the world, in terms of our culture, in terms of our ethos. So innovation plus entrepreneurship can drive growth. Entrepreneurship without innovation, what do you think that is? That's merely hustling, right? So that a lot of our people are very entrepreneurial, but if you don't bring an innovation approach to that, then it does not have the kind of impact that it has. This is from the GEM report. Despite adverse economic conditions, Jamaicans use their creativity and innovation to develop entrepreneurial ventures, but they're largely around self-sustainability. They're largely what we call necessity-driven innovation, and so there's a high attrition rate for startups. So a lot of our innovation is quite pervasive across our culture. Entrepreneurship is quite pervasive across our culture, but without innovation, we really are hustling. The World Economic Forum Global Competitiveness Index points to some of the reasons why we are ranked relatively low or mid-level in terms of our innovation capacity. I think this was 2015, we were about 67th of 140 countries. I checked the 2019 report, we're at 80-something, so not trending in the right direction. And there are reasons for that. The barriers to innovation here. We have a propensity to acquire rather than create things that are indigenous. So that's one of our challenges. There's not sufficient commitment to our investment in R&D in either the public sector or the private sector. I think that our government agencies have to lead better in looking to local opportunities for solutions rather than always looking north. And we don't create enough opportunities to stem the kind of brain drain that takes place that drains our innovation capacity. But those are some of our challenges. And so you'd say to yourself, well, we are not innovative. We can't create global impact as a community. But is that true? These are innovators. This is global impact. We do that in sports and we do that in culture. Why can't we do that in health? Why can't we do that in tech? And so there's a latent capacity for innovation, but it requires a kind of institutional fabric for us to be able to harness that. And there's work to be done there. I always use this quote because I find it interesting. It's from a book written by two of my colleagues that went to St. Diego High School, Michael Grant and Hubert Lawrence. So I was looking at the Jamaican team, pre-independence, that went to the Commonwealth Games in 1932. And one of the things the colonial secretary said is that these Jamaicans are prone to think themselves superior to other countries in all forms of sport. They did not have coaching, they did not have training, they just have a self-belief that they're good. And you'll be crying a little bit about self-belief, but there's a kind of latent self-belief in the individual Jamaican. I think institutionally we have work to do, but I always find this an interesting quote, right? Because it says, and if you take the individual Jamaican and put them anywhere else, they excel. So the question is, how do we harness that collectively? There's a kind of innovation that I think would be relevant to our context. It's called disruptive innovation, Christensen. It's a kind of process where smaller companies or countries with fewer resources can successfully challenge established incumbents. I think it's a kind of innovation that works for us. There's this, and there's another kind of innovation called grassroots innovation that taps into indigenous knowledge, the kind of bushes that our grandparents have always known about that can facilitate pregnancy. That kind of indigenous knowledge is the kind of disruptive grassroots innovation that we need to seek to tap into. Because we're in a world where it's no longer the big fish that eats the small fish. It's the fast fish that eats the slow fish. And if we're nothing else, we're fast, we're agile, we think quickly, we're creative. Those are natural propensities. And again, if we can harness that, then the sky's the limit. Everybody knows Netflix, right? You all spent the last 2 years in COVID watching Netflix, right? Netflix, about 10 years old, started as a small company, data-driven, very innovative. There's a much bigger $6 billion company called Blockbuster in the US, and Netflix swallowed them up because they came to market with a new and different kind of business model that just overwhelmed incumbency. So, as I said, grassroots innovation, empowering our local communities, harnessing the kind of collaboration between the local communities, NGOs, the public sector, and our universities, building capacity around the indigenous knowledge that we have, where our beneficiaries can become innovators. So we need to stop thinking of innovation as something that we do to our communities, but rather innovation as a collaborative process where we engage our communities to participate in that process. So let's look at this in the context of healthcare. There are a lot of trends that are driving significant changes in healthcare. One of those is digital and digital transformation. And I know Tanya will soon get up and start pointing numbers at me. So just make sure that I'm doing good with time. Okay. Where's she? All right. But there are a couple of things here that are interesting. Evidence-based and outcome-driven kinds of initiatives. Value through information. Predict, prevent, personalize. These are all information digital trends, right? So that these are some of the significant opportunities that are happening in healthcare that are digital health related. Here's another interesting cartoon, but it's not as far-fetched as you think. So Henry, it's for you. Apparently your heart is about to fail. So in Europe, people walk around with these wearables that are taking your blood pressure, your, you mentioned the thing that you put under your skin for measuring, what was it? Glucose levels, right? So all of this data is being captured on you as the individual and being fed into algorithms that look at these numbers and can make determinations and diagnoses. And so this thing can predict that based on your readings, you need a pacemaker. And so you get a pacemaker before you have a heart attack. All right, so those are some of the interesting opportunities that are emerging in terms of digital health. Now, the Ministry of Health and Wellness is doing some interesting work. I'm glad you walked out the door, Tennille, because in National Information Systems for Health, and I have the privilege, thank you, I have the privilege of chairing this steering committee, and I think that we are well positioned because of the kind of architectural frameworks that we're looking at and the kind of governance mechanisms that we're putting in place, the investments in infrastructure that are connecting up all of our tier 1, tier 2 health centers, the investments in the new electronic health record system that is going out, and importantly, an investment in a kind of, if Dr. Roof was here, she would say, open air infrastructure that allows innovators to build around the digital health ecosystem. So that I know some of you may be familiar with the Jamaica Moves mobile app that is being developed. It is being built around this kind of infrastructure, and it will allow the individual to track their health data, to get access to education, to get access to their electronic health records. So these are opportunities that are emerging. And one of the things that these opportunities do is allow innovators at the university, innovators in the tech community to participate in the digital health ecosystem. So I think that we have some enormous opportunities for far more long-term and sustainable innovations around digital health. One of the points that was made earlier was, giving giving ourselves the opportunity to design new business models, to experiment, to test, to iterate, to see what works and what doesn't work, so that we take the opportunity to give ourselves the opportunity to fail. And importantly, the kind of collaboration that needs to take place between the public sector, the private sector, academia, and our communities become important ingredients for building the kind of innovative capacity around digital health. And digital health and digital transformation significantly reduces the barrier to innovation. And so we need to take advantage of that. I think that we're doing some of the right things in the ministry, and look forward, certainly from the vantage point of academia, to continue to participate and collaborate in that process. So those are my remarks. Thank you very much, and look forward to any additional conversation that we'll have. Chair, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so very much. Let me say, I just want you to put your hands together again for the three presenters. As before we go into the question and answer, as Dr. McNaughton spoke about the innovation, I remembered some years ago when the Viagra pill in the 1990s was used for pulmonary arterial hypertension, and now it is used for erectile dysfunction. So we are coming a far way. All right, now the floor is open for any questions and answers. Any questions from the floor?
Okay, we want to thank all the presenters in this session and wonderful moderator.
Mrs. Huntley-Jones.
Thank you so very much. Financing. It's always an issue for persons who want to start small business or to venture out into some of the things that you have suggested. So I want to ask you, what has been your experience? Do you think the Jamaican landscape is more favorable in terms of financing ventures, such as the ones you have suggested, or some of the ones that we are now thinking about now that you have motivated us? But financing, what has been your experience? Thank you.
Anybody? The question is for any of the panelists. Who's the question for, Mrs. Huntley-Jones?
Any of the panelists.
Oh, any of the panelists. Okay.
1, 2. It's a great question. In fact, most businesses that start fail because of that very reason. And for me, Paracariba is not my first company, and I've had others that have failed, and a part of it is financing. But for the first 3 years or so, you have to self-finance. Unfortunately, in this country, the resources are not available to support entrepreneurs. It's getting better, at least theoretically, because there's a lot of talk. The banks, they put on these seminars. I've gone to some of them. They're training entrepreneurs. But when you talk about money, they're not providing any. That's what it boils down to. For me, I've been lucky to have friends and family who, they've said to me, Johan, we're supporting you because we believe in you. Right. We see your passion and we see your idea. But usually it's the person behind the idea, because there has to be a trust and a respect, and you can't hide your passion when you're truly passionate about something. So through your passion, they see that you're going to do it with or without them. But I've had a lot of support from colleagues and friends and family. But you don't expect to get rich overnight with a business. The first 3 years are hard, but perseverance. You don't see the next step, but it doesn't matter, just step forward. Start small and try to have a proof of concept. So if you can't get somebody to pay you for something, you really do have to revisit the idea. It means that you're not providing value that meets their needs. So either the wrong target or the wrong item or the wrong idea. So try to make sure that you're being paid for something. If you're being paid for it once, try to replicate that. Why were you paid for it? And another thing I'll say, don't undercharge yourself. Don't what is the word? Don't undercharge for your services, right? If people respect the work that you do and you put your everything into it and you trust what you're offering people, price it appropriately, right? Because you need the money to put back into your business to support your idea. The last thing I will say is that avoid commercial rent for as long as you possibly can. Commercial rent. So if you don't need an office space, do not. I mean, it's very sexy to have the keys to your own door on Washington Boulevard or wherever, but I think we've seen that working in a virtual space is feasible. For our work, a lot of what we do, we can actually work in the client's space. So we're pretty much virtual, and commercial rent is, for the lack of a better word, ungodly. It is severe. And for entrepreneurs in this country, you know, your utilities are rated differently from domestic. So it's higher for you as a business. So think carefully about those things. I would summarize to say, try to get somebody to pay you for something first, and then you replicate that and understand going into business that the first 3 years is going to be tough. You'll probably more than likely have to self-finance. And then by keeping your books and demonstrating to the banks that you have cash flow, that is something that they look at, and you're more likely to get support at that point.
All right, thank you. The next question here is for
Dr. Patience.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Dr. Alonge here from NCU. I'm trying to see the lady. Yes, sorry. The innovation for the herb that helped your sister and some others, have you disclosed it at any point in time?
Sorry, I didn't get that question.
That is the Jamaican bush.
Oh, okay, yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't get a question. Yes,
No, don't go far. Have you disclosed it at any point?
Yes, I've been telling people all over. I was so excited before I became a business person. I was like, oh, do this.
Okay, hold on. So, if that is so good, and you're telling everybody, so how are you going to make money out of it? And at the same time, are you no, I'm not saying don't share, you know. So where is the way forward as it relates to partnership? Are you thinking of partnership? You might not be the one going to do it, like you want to partner with those in the medical field, like at the Northern Caribbean University, you want to partner with us. So, yes, that is the purpose of research. That is the purpose of having a conference. That is the purpose of doing what we do. So at the end of the day, you are able to partner with an organization whom you know you can trust, and then can partner with those. Maybe there are some persons here who want to put their money into some business. Like Dr. Johan White said, you must partner with others when the money is not forthcoming. There are people who want to put their money into a business and forming partnership. So those are some of the things you will want to maybe look about or think about or put on the plate as you go about doing the business. Because you alone will not be able to do the research or do any other thing relating to it. You have some results already. How do you go forward with it? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patience.
Right. Indeed, as I said, I'm in total agreement. When it was that we found out about it, our aim really was to kind of spread the news. We were very excited about it until we started thinking about, are we really going to delve and do the research? Right now, as a company, we are concentrating on lifesavers, and we will be looking at partnerships. I mean, we spoke to the SRC about what is necessary, but it goes back to the question that was asked earlier. about how do you finance, you know? And it is very, very true that financing is almost non-existent as it relates to persons starting out. You know, we decided earlier on that we're going to scale a very, very tall wall. We were not offering services. We were going into medical research. That's what we were doing as individuals. I'm talking about me, my sister, my brother, you know, and what we were blessed with is many family members. Many family members, and I call every single solitary one and bigger thing. I got everybody. My grandmother has 11 children. I call every auntie, every uncle, every picnic them have and say, oh, you stay. Yeah? But I had to go to them though with something. And so before I went to my family members, I had actually did my research all by myself and filed my provisional patent for the product. And when it was that I filed with the United States Patent Office, the provisional patent, and they looked at it and they responded to say, okay, fine, this is something that we are okay with for the next year, because that's how a provisional patent is. They give you for a year if they think it is viable. Now, when it is that I got a provisional patent, then I could go back and say, okay, fine, I've gotten a provisional patent for this. Let us see if we can do it together. But it is also very important to be very logical. We also said, we're taking the next 15 months. If in 15 months we still have to be putting money in this, we just cannot afford it. And so the aim for us was to find the partners who would be able to pay for what is next, to pay to commercialize, to pay to scale, to pay to fully develop. And so when it was that I had my minimum viable product, I went to a trade show, World of Wipes trade show, the biggest wipes trade show in the world. I went there with my little table by myself and I started showing people, because if nobody had an interest, I can't take my mother money. If nobody had an interest, I can't take my nephew there college and out-time, part-time money. Me still I take it, I don't care. Yeah? But I can't afford to take it if it is that nobody had an interest. And once it was that persons had interest, the next step was to partner. And my partnership was not about, okay, give me some money for this. My partnership was, let us have a deal where you will pay to develop this, where you will buy the chemicals, where we can use your labs, where we can do the manufacturing there, where we can do the distribution there. So I was looking for the sort of partners who would be creating on our behalf because they believed in the product. And so the answer to the second question, therefore, is that is the way that we intend to go with any product that we do. It is to find the partners that can bring us to where we need to be because we understand our own reality. You know?
Excellent, excellent. Clapper.
Lady Crawford Williams, where may we find your business?
Sorry. So you can, if it says that you go on our website, you'll know what we're about. We are not yet in the market. Next year we'll be going to our customers, but we are a B2B business now. So we are selling to those who make the final product. So we are selling to the Medlines, to the Procter & Gamble's, to the Huggies. They will now take our raw material, which is material that can detect health abnormalities, and they will make their diapers, and they will make their wipes, etc. So that is how we are positioned in the market.
Thank you so much. We are wrapping up now. Any questions in the virtual space? Okay, there are no questions. Let us put our hands together again for the presenters. And in closing, let me say, over the years, this conference has garnered fruition. And so I wish to heartily congratulate the team, the sector leads, the Honorable Minister of Health, the Permanent Secretary, the Jamaica National Epidemiologist and Interim Acting Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Karen Webster-Carr, the Director of Epidemiological Research and Data Analysis, Dr. Andreen Grant, the esteemed Conference Secretariat, Miss Tennille Mullings and the team, the abstract reviewers, the sponsors, and other key players, also our scholarly presenters. You all have done an august job, and so I thank you.
given a mandate to provide oversight of the redevelopment of the Connaught Regional Hospital. The oversight committee visited the site and inspected the building, and we all concluded that it was a worthwhile building to renovate. To construct a new building would cost 10 times as much of what we are spending to do the renovation.
The hospital is a 450-bed facility. It was pretty much full and has been consistently so. And the options to close would mean having nowhere to put persons. People would literally die if we close the hospital.
This project is approximately $3.5 billion. The first phase was to fix the roof, fix the structural problems. The second phase was to the demolition of the building. That is to remove all the internals, because a lot of them are identified to be mold infested. And then the third phase would have been the rehabilitation of the building.
Okay, so as we close our session, we want to give a word of thanks to our moderator and our special presenters. What a wonderful session that we have had, and it has given much food for thought. And we want to thank our presenters for taking the time and hopefully stimulating our minds with respect to innovation in research. And who knows, we may have entrepreneurs amongst us. And as Dr. McNaughton says, what is entrepreneurship without innovation? So see, I've learned something from that. And so I'm encouraging us to really expand how we think and to be innovators and not hustlers. Okay, so at this point in time, we want to start. Dr. Crawford, who, even though she was thanking us a while ago, Dr. Crawford is really one of us in terms of our part of the family of the National Health Research Conference. And we want to thank her once again for excellence in moderation. So thank you, Dr. Crawford.
Thank you.
And now from one Crawford to the other Crawford, is there any relation?
Yes.
Oh, so we want to thank you so much. You have inspired us in terms of your innovation, your drive, the zeal, and the enthusiasm with which you presented. And we really want to express our appreciation and do hope that you will come back to report on not just the wipes, but also what you had mentioned about the fertility. Okay, so we are the first to get that information. So please come back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. White? I was saying to Dr. White earlier that that's probably one of the whitest shoes I've ever seen. But we really want to thank Dr. White, who is actually a part of our national EPI team, and the fact that he, what should I say, is able to share in terms of innovation, entrepreneurship. We want to express our appreciation, and we can say that we are seeing him in a new light and hope that he will continue to share his experience in terms of entrepreneurship. Thank you very much. Dr. Matt Norton. We want to thank you very much for taking the time to come and to share in terms of innovation, entrepreneurship, and we hope that in terms of our listeners and the persons who would have been online, that they will be inspired by what you had to share. Thank you very much. So at this time, we want to announce the winners of our fund from yesterday, and also to share another question because we were not able to get the winner for one of the questions. So I'm going to ask Mr. Christie to come now and just share the names of the winners. So congratulations to those persons.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, congratulations, first of all, congratulations to all our winners, But we have one last question that was left unanswered and unclaimed. So, the question that was left was, what was the title of this year's poetry piece for our NHRC 2022? The question is, what was the title of this year's poetry piece for our conference? For our winners, we advise you to come and claim your prize at the ARC building at 50 Knotsport Boulevard between the days of Monday to Wednesday, no later than 3 p.m. Please take your IDs. And for the winners of the prizes are Marjo Mundell, Marcia J. Campbell, Andreen Adderson. And for the fourth winner, we advise that you text or WhatsApp your name and the answer to 876-344-3204. And the number is 876-344-3204. Once again, congratulations to all the winners. This year's conference has been a blessing, and we hope that you come out again in your numbers next year. Thank you.
Okay, so we are nearing the end of our conference for this year. But before we do that, we want to focus on the core of our event, which is the research presentations that we have heard over the past 2 days. As part of our event, we celebrate excellence in research, and we have had 26 oral and 20 poster presentations which have demonstrated scientific rigor, have stimulated discussion, have had the opportunity to influence policy and practice. So I want us to just give a round of applause for those researchers, because we know that it takes a great effort to go from the conceptualization to the fulfillment of the research. As part of our event on an annual basis, we award prizes to the best of the best. And this year is no different with respect to the awards to both our poster presenters and our oral presenters. So for the benefit of persons who are not familiar with our process, we have 3 prizes each in terms of the categories of poster winners and oral winners. So we have the best overall poster, the most impactful poster, and the best student poster presenter. And then similarly for the oral winners, we have the best overall oral presentation, the best student presentation, and the most impactful oral presentation. So I'm going to start in reverse order this time, because we have not been able to contact our oral prize winners as yet. So I will name the winners. They are on. Okay, so I'm hearing that the winners, that they are on, so that's wonderful. So without further ado, let me go ahead. So in terms of the winners, and we start with the posters, the winner of the best overall poster presentation is Henrietta Gale. So is Henrietta Gale on? So we ask her just to say a few words.
Hi, good afternoon. Well, firstly, I'd just like to acknowledge my co-authors. That's Professor Monica Asnani, Dr. Marlene Brewster, Mr. Alfonso Blake, as well as my colleague, Dr. Sophie Abrikian. Without them, I'd be unable to complete this project. As well as I'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity to present my poster on such a platform. I hope that with this project, my hope is to bring more attention to the needs of young women, particularly women who have never been pregnant, just so that they'd be able to, take full control over their reproductive health and their life in general. Thank you again for the opportunity.
And before you go any further, just to surprise you to say that the winner for the Best Student poster is also Henrietta Gale.
Thank you.
So we now move to the most impactful poster presentation. And just a reminder that the most impactful poster presentation means the presentation where the judges have thought that this has is most likely to influence policy and practice. And the most impactful poster presenter, winner, is Hasina Nicholson. Is she on? Congratulations. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present my poster, and thank you for consideration of its impact. I'd also like to thank my supervisor, Dr. Muhammad Ali, my lab mates, and the University of the West Indies for giving me the opportunity to have conducted that research. Thank you.
Thank you. So we move to our oral prize winners, and we start with the best overall oral presentation, and the winner is Dr. Kimikawa Chana. Dr. Chana, congratulations. Do you have any words?
To the organizers, I am honored, and I want to thank the contributors to the research, Dr. Amazon Ali, Dr. Kadeh Wright, Dr. McCoy, and Sister Diane Buckley-Smith, because the work takes a team. And as I mentioned in the Stroke Care presentation, it takes teamwork. And I believe as a team of the ministry working with the regional hospitals and all the hospitals interconnecting, stroke care will get to where it needs to be in Jamaica.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Dr.
And so we move to the winner of the Best Student Oral Presentation, and this is Dr. Patrick Toppin was the winner.
Afternoon.
Afternoon, Dr. Toppin. Congratulations. Do you have any words for us?
All right, I actually presented on behalf of, so I supervised the project. It was done by Dr. Scarlett, who actually is doing her DM exams this week. So I did a presentation for her. I'll say, thanks to everyone involved. It was a pleasure to be involved in the conference. It was very well organized, very high quality. So it was really a pleasure to participate.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Toppin, and please express our congratulations to Dr. Scarlett. And finally, our most impactful oral presentation, we actually had a tie. The judges had such a hard time this year. And so the winners are Dr. Valence Jordan and Dr. Kunal Lalwani. Oh, so we have a side-by-side, so I'm not sure who can speak first. Congratulations, Dr. Jordan. Do you have any words for us?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank the organizers for having me to present my research, and I hope it will actually make a difference. I'd like to also thank my co-author, Dr. Lizette Moat, and the team at KPH in the ophthalmology department, and all the patients with glaucoma that helped to make the research possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jordan. And Dr. Lalwani, congratulations. Do you have any words for us?
Thank you, Dr. Grant. I just want to say thank you to NHRC family. I'm very grateful to have had an opportunity this year again. I think this conference that you guys put on is awesome. I think every year it seems to get better and better. Thoroughly enjoyed all the presentations this year. So thank you once again.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lalwani. And so we now come to the end of another wonderful year. But before we close, we really have many, many persons to thank and recognize. So as we begin and end every year, we have to do this with a moment of gratitude. Psalm 100 states, "Give thanks to him and praise his name, for the Lord is good. His unfailing love continues forever, and his faithfulness continues to each generation." Michelle Obama has said, "We learned about gratitude and humility, that so many people had a hand in our success." And that quote is so appropriate in our context as we recognize the success of the success of this event stands on the shoulders of so many. This is not a one-man band, it's not a one-man show. There are so many moving parts. For the past 2 years, the world has grappled with the throes of a global pandemic. In 2020, we were uncertain that the event would be held, but we were bold as the minister charged us to be in his opening address 2 days ago. And in the face of cancellation of many events in 2020, we decided to go ahead with a virtual activity, which was a resounding success. In 2022, we are still in the virtual space, and we thank our researchers, participants, and supporters for continuing to journey with us in this process and to support this activity. This year has seen a number of new innovations, including the use of the vFairs platform, which has enhanced the online conference experience, making it much more functional, attractive, and interactive. We would like to thank the vFairs team, Julie, Wasim, Hassam, and Aisha. We hope that they are hearing us in some way, and we will relay to them as well, for working with us and going above and beyond the call of duty to make this Ministry of Health and Wellness event a success. We have also added training and our sensitization sessions on research ethics, as well as quantitative research analysis, as we strive to strengthen the cadre of health researchers. We would thank the Ministry of Health and Wellness Advisory Panel on Ethics and Medical Legal Affairs, as well as the Jamaica Statistical Society for their willingness to be a part of this process. We also unveiled our new conference logo, and let us just give a round of applause for that. And this will be the new face of our event, and we wish to thank Mrs. Tanil Mullins for working with the Secretariat to bring this to fruition, and we have more thanks for Mrs. Mullins to come. We have also continued some special features, such as our presentations, which showcase themes of interest, and our virtual networking session, which is now in its second year. We would like to thank the organizations that have been willing to continue to partner with us to execute this component, and we want to thank Mrs. Martin Chen for spearheading this idea last year and who continues to lead this process. And the organizations that were willing to be a part of this process, we want to specially recognize them. And these were the Caribbean Institute of Health Research, the Jamaica Statistical Society, the Nurses Honor Society, and the University of Technology. With respect to internal support of the conference, we would wish to acknowledge the executive management of the ministry, beginning with the Honorable Minister of Health and Wellness, Dr. Christopher Tufton, who continues to support this event year after year. We also thank our permanent secretary, Mr. Dunstan Bryan, as well as the acting chief medical officer, our very own Dr. Karen Webster-Carr, and our acting principal medical officer, national epidemiologist, Dr. Ardeen Harris. We also wish to thank our divisional directors, branch heads, unit directors, and medical officers of health who have supported the conference. We recognize our development and other partners, such as the Pan American Health Organization, the Caribbean Public Health Agency, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and the Planning Institute of Jamaica. On November 16th, we started off on the highest note with an excellent opening ceremony. And we wish to recognize and thank Ms. Delia Harris, Master of Ceremonies, Touch of Elegance, and Sabri for their wonderful musical items, and Mr. Brandon Christie for his poem. I actually had the title of the poem, but I'm not going to give it since the prize needs to be won. So we hope somebody will send in the name of the poem. As we have continued in the virtual space, we have had to rely heavily on our partners who have provided audiovisual support. And so we thank the GIS team for their willingness to work with us and their flexibility as we made changes this year to our platform, and you really gave wonderful assistance. And as we continue to say, you make we look good. Thank you. We want to specially recognize Ms. Peter Gay Hodges, who has journeyed with us for a number of years to arrange the cooperation between the GIS and the ministry in the execution of this event. We want to especially thank our special presenters for this year, who were Professor Trevor Ferguson, Professor Fitzroy Henry, Mrs. Princess Thomas Osborne, Professor Abdullahi Abdul Qadri, Professor Suzanne Walker, Mr. Casimir Diaz, Mr. Paul Bourne, Mrs. Georgia Crawford Williams, Dr. Johan White, Dr. Maurice McNaughton, Dr. Olusegun Afis Ismail. We thank our moderators from our Ministry of Health and Wellness and university community who continue to support the event, and they were recognized throughout the past 3 days. Of course, at our core is the presentation of research abstracts in the format of poster and oral presentations, and we want to give a special round of applause to our 26 oral presenters and our 20 poster presenters. This really is our core, and we acknowledge your research efforts and the magnitude of work taken to bring the research to this point where the findings can be shared. We also want to recognize the persons who helped us to adjudicate our abstracts and judge our research papers. This takes extensive effort, beginning with the abstracts that are submitted for consideration. And this year we saw an increase in the number of oral presentations, which was an excellent prospect, but also posed a challenge with timing and adjudication. However, our judges were up to the task, and we want to especially recognize them. So we start with our adjudicators. So I'm just going to list the names. Dr. Shelley McFarlane, who is overseas, Mrs. Stephanie Bernard Stevens, Mrs. Karen Nelson, who was with us yesterday, Mrs. Shara Williams-Lew, Ms. Deborah Henningham, and Ms. Henningham, please come forward. So I'm going to ask persons, as you hear your name, if you can come up and accept our token of appreciation. So Ms. Deborah Henningham. Ms. Romay Thorpe. Dr. Sharon Dawson. And Dr. Alonge, you can just be close behind, please. Dr. Patience Alonge. Mrs. Gillian Mason Quarry. So those were our adjudicators. And in addition to the adjudicators who would have gone through the abstracts to bring us to the point of this conference, we also had judges at the conference. We had our oral judges and our poster judges. So we will begin with our oral judges, Mrs. Shireen Huntley-Jones. Dr. Sharon Dawson. Dr. Patience Alonge. And Mrs. Mason Corey, you can just come behind, please, as well. So I just want to clarify that you might be seeing the same persons coming up. The adjudication, the abstract adjudication was a separate event and activity some months ago, and now we are at the point of the oral judging, so 2 different activities, 2 different awards. And now we move to our poster judges, and we begin with Mrs. Nicole Martin Chen. We can now proudly say it's not Mr. Ian Campbell anymore, it's now Dr. Ian Campbell. And we now want to recognize Mr. Jovan Wigan. And Miss Romay Thorpe. We also want to thank our social media team, Ms. Leslie Ann James, Mr. Brandon Christie, Mr. Jason Lawrence, and Ms. Deborah Henningham. And of course, we have to recognize the team without whom this would be possible. And that is our tireless Secretariat. And I really have to start with who I can now call Miss National Health Research Conference. And I hope that Miss National Health Research Conference will bring up a basket for herself. Without this lady this year, it would not be possible, and we really want to say a word of thanks. Thank you, Dr. We also want to recognize Mrs. Nicole Martin Chen, Ms. Samantha Price, Mrs. Renee Brooks. So I'm going to ask, as your names are called, can you just, I would ask if you can come up to the stage. Mr. Stephen Davidson, Mr. Jerome Morant, Mr. Hector Burrows, Mrs. Stephanie Bernard Stevens, Ms. Romay Tharp. I'm not seeing the Secretariat come forward, but I'm really hoping that they will come forward. Ms. Fiona Henry, Ms. Kimberly Nain, Mr. Jovan Wigan, Ms. Carell Thomas, Ms. Kimberly Smythe, Mrs. Stacey Ann Williams Maitland, Ms. Deborah Henningham, Dr. Ian Campbell, Mrs. Karen Nelson, Mr. Brandon Christie, Ms. Marsha Brown, Ms. Samantha Anderson, Ms. Anna K. Howell, Ms. Trishana Forrest, and Ms. James, please come forward. You are part of us. Dr. Harris, please. And Ms. Colette Gordon, who was a part of us, still a part of us, please come forward. And we want to recognize the head of our branch, Dr. Webster Carr, who would have been up here, but has had to go on duty travel. So we want to just recognize her presence as well. So let us just take a moment to recognize this wonderful team. So what we can do is we can arrange for the photo opportunity at the very end. So just to close this portion, we want to thank you, our audience, for your continued support. You have journeyed with us throughout the years, and we are truly grateful. We encourage you to look out for the next conference as we continue to give thanks, for the Lord is good and his mercies endure forever. Thank you, and see you next year.
All approved.
Not a grant. I notice you've left out yourself. But yes, without Ms. Mullings, this wouldn't be possible. But also without Dr. Grant, this wouldn't be possible. We want to thank you heartily, Dr. Grant, and congratulate you on another successful year.
Effective against COVID-19 and all known COVID-19 variants. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine requires 1 dose. The Moderna, Pfizer, and AstraZeneca vaccines require 2 doses. You are considered fully vaccinated 14 days after receiving the required number of doses. Don't mix and match 2-dose vaccines. Get the same vaccine for both doses. Vaccines help to prevent hospitalization and death associated with COVID-19. Common vaccine side effects are usually mild and usually resolve in a few days. After getting vaccinated, it's still important to wear a mask, wash hands or sanitize regularly, and maintain physical distance. The quicker we all get vaccinated, the sooner we can all get back to life. Let's strike gold like our Olympians, Jamaica. That was a message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
If you know one pop down and fenke, if you burn mosquito and run with dengue, so no make water cycle in open container. For them to read up under the danger. Usher them out, run them away. Slap them with the zapper and down them with spray. Use mosquito net and mosquito screen. Protect your household, now make them come in. If you know one pop down and fenke, if you burn mosquito and run with dengue.
A message from the Ministry of Health.
Good ganja sense, learn more your ganja, just be smart with it. Good ganja sense, good ganja sense. We have many uses for the cannabis. Knowledge is power, youths we need that. Ganja smoking and no picnic thing that. Commercial ganja you farm then you reap. Entrepreneurs and scientists see. Good ganja sense, learn more the ganja, just be smart with it.
Brought to you by the National Council on Drug Abuse, an agency of the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Vaccine.